Hello, hello, and welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. It's Wednesday, so it's time to try and, well, advance this game a bit and try and just get things going, get things working. So as you probably remember from last time, I got Arcospheres up and processing. So I've now got lots of them being brought into these systems down here, into this general system here. I've been colouring them in with these machines up here, and then giving them all a big stir up here. So we've got a lot of lambdas at the moment, not lambdas, gammas at the moment. Hello Peter, welcome to the stream, thanks for joining me again. And I'm desperately trying to deal with all of these gammas, because that's a lot of gamma, and I don't know, there's probably some sort of radiation joke here, I don't know. And so people have been telling me in the comments from the videos that I perhaps need to get in some more of these machines and start doing a bit of inversion as well as the folding, just to try and keep everything balanced. They may well be right, I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure. But I have noticed that after a bit of churn, this does seem to usually get back to a point where everything just stops. Although I am still a little bit concerned about the excess of gamma in here. So, well, I think at the moment I'm just going to leave it running and see how it gets on. Now, it was pointed out by someone that at the moment I've got these belts here. Which will stop these machines running if they start to get too many of the data cards coming out. Those will stop these machines running. Now it was pointed out to me that it'd actually be much better to stop the inserting inserters rather than the exerting inserters from running. So let's do that now while I think of it, because they're quite right. Because if I link this to those and to those, and then tell this one to only run when what was it I was using? Okay, so yeah, I can copy that one to there, that one to there, that one to there, and that one to there. And what this means is that these will only run. It's now the inserting ones that will only run when there's need for more. In which case, when this fills up, we'll stop putting them in, and that'll mean we won't get a load buffering inside these machines. So that'll save me a few Arcospheres in the future if this ever actually gets caught up. Now, I was going to say it never will. That's not quite true, because at some point this hopefully we'll have enough data cards along here, and things will slow down a bit. But I think that's a sensible thing to do anyway, just just in case, and for the future as well. So now I actually want to do that on all of these, so they will continue to unload all of the Arcospheres back into the system and get them out again. So I'm still going to need a lot more Arcospheres, I think, just to keep this running, and because I'm going to be putting in more things that are going to be using them. So I'm going to send this spaceship off to go and get some more, but let's make sure it's actually got all the stuff it needs first. So in here we've got, that looks like 15. Yeah, that's 15 Space Probe rockets, and in here I've got, yes, 15 Arcosphere collectors as well. So that's enough to do another 3 deep space places. So I could go out to these ones over here. I've done these 3. Yeah, those are probably the best 3 because they're all quite close together, but they're still a fair distance away. Now this is going to be one where I think it's going to be quicker to go via Fenestra, because I reckon that is far enough that taking the shortcut is totally worth it. So let's send the spaceship off to Fenestra, and then once it gets there, I can send it off to whatever that place was called. So I want you to go to. No, I want to learn to play this game properly. Nestra, yes, go there. So head off to the anomaly, and we can do all of the sort of the loading up from out there. That's fine. That should work. Is this ship is in right? Oh, this is a thing. This is good. I can now adjust this beamer to be firing at there and heating up these ships instead, because that's what it's really supposed to be there for. So that'll be oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, so check the actual numbers. So where am I sending it to? That's the first question. What was the place called? So the nearest one is Melancholia. I like that name. How far away? How far away is it to be Melancholy? Melancholia is 72,000. Yes, it's definitely going to be better via Fenestra. Good. So I'm glad I made the right arbitrary guess there. Yes, the I did wonder whether I should try and come up with some sort of nice, balanced, neat system, but I thought I'd give this one a shot first and just see what happens. And yeah, it does. It seems to be working. So I accept your disgust with great relish. Yeah, it is. I normally like to put a bit more thought into my Factorio solutions than this, but the week before last I was incredibly busy, and so last week I ended up having to throw something together without having had time to think about it between streams. So I thought, let's do something simple, and it just works. Nice. Oh, you mean from here I can right-click on the location? Nope, doesn't seem I can. Maybe it's from somewhere else. Oh, maybe from in. Melancholy. Okay, I'm not sure where you're referring to, but sure. Oh, click on the location. Right. Okay, gotcha. So from here, if I click on. Okay. Yes, gotcha. Yes. So it says yes. That would be an easier way. Thank you. I'll do that next time. Right. So this, I think, can be just sort of left alone for now. I'll probably need to come back and give it a kicking at some point, but for now I'm going to leave it alone. The next thing I want to do, well, the first part is fairly simple. I want to have a quick look at Henkesesui, and if you watch the video, you'll have noticed that there was a cable down here that I completely forgot to put in because I'm a muppet. So let's do that now. There we go. Now the train will actually come here and pick up this copper. But I still think this is probably not going to be enough, because Henkesesui is going to be getting through a lot more resources now, because I've doubled the speed it's making the blue circuits at. That was what I was up to last time. So I think what I need to do now is put in some more copper and more oil mines on here, because otherwise I think this is going to start to struggle. The other question is, what are we actually short of in making blue circuits, and should I put in a third system for them? Now, if we have a look here, we see that we seem to be making. I mean, this. I'm trying to work out. Do you reckon this is running at more than 50%? It's kind of hard to tell. I'm honestly not sure. But could I split off and have another one up here with a lot of landfill being required? And maybe is the answer, because that's the one that's using up the most stuff. Copper is in fairly heavy use as well. But if we look here, we've got, yeah, I'd say that's probably around I don't know. I'm not sure. But let's leave it running at sort of at double speed for now, and see if that seems to be enough to keep the module production satiated. Have I updated recently? I'm trying to sort of vaguely keep on the latest version. Sort of vaguely. Do you mean in here? Or on in the here. So if I click on Caltrops, for example, Arcosphere's collected. Yeah. So okay. I don't know. I don't know whether that's from an update. As I say, I'm trying to be on a reasonably up-to-date version. I don't know if I am or not. I don't know if I can check without quitting out of the game, which I'm not going to do. But yes, I'm generally trying to keep reasonably up to date. So yes, the other part of what I was trying to do on Henkesesui, as I say, was go out and come out here and get this patch, and probably these 3 patches all on the railway system. So I'm going to need lots and lots of railway line. I'm going to need quite a bit of landfill because it's getting pretty marshy up here. And I'm going to need lots and lots of mining drills and all of the other stuff that goes with them. So let's say I take a copy of this because this is a station. This is a copper mine. So I'm going to want all of that, except the train. Let's let the train go. Going to want all of that stuff. And then I'm going to want to go over and get in my spaceship and probably fly down to Norvis, I think, because I think I'm going to want to pick up all of the stuff I'm going to need. I think I want to get it from Norvis because there's larger supplies of basically everything down there. So we'll drop down there, we'll start picking stuff up, and then we'll head off and go and make some more copper mines and oil mines and such likes. So up here somewhere is my spaceship for for gallivanting around inside the solar system. Here it is. Ooh, bump. I should have just tried flying into it at extreme speed and seeing if I went inside. Right, so let's drop down to Norvis. Without kidnapping too many bots. Oh dear, I've got a couple of them. Oh well, never mind. Right, so we'll drop down to Norvis. Then down here we'll... Okay, these are all still very, very full. So I think what I'll do... Can I purple these? I can. So if I make all of these purple like that, and then land, the bots will come over and empty them for me, which is nice. Yes, this is probably a good place to do it. So there we go. The bots coming over, automatically emptying all of these chests with stuff I don't actually need anymore for what I'm trying to do now. Then I'll turn them into blue chests. And this one I want to take... where is it? That one. I want to put this into it, like that. So that's now all the stuff for that mine I was looking at. Now this mine is going to be much, much bigger. So let's get rid of that actually. Let's start using blue belts for this. I think that's a much better idea. We'll make that 1,000. 2,000. Because I think I'm going to need a lot of those. And same for the undergrounds. And the splitters. Robots have a habit of going off to random places when you sort of least expect it. So sometimes if you demolish a roboport, then I think they don't fly to you at that point. They fly off to other roboports somewhere randomly in your universe. But in this case, there weren't literally no other roboports on the same surface as me, so they had to go somewhere, and apparently they decided that was a good place to go. Let's not put railway in this one. Let's put railway in a different chest, because otherwise it's going to fill up. And yeah, it's better than just losing the bots, I suppose. Let's, however, donate them to the war effort down here, because there's not much point in having logistic bots in my inventory. Why have I got all this rubbish? Jeez. I should have unloaded that in space, because that's places where it actually gets used. I wonder if they're going to think of moving these belts to this chest. Probably not, because that'd be sensible. Okay, I'm going to need a load of, what do you call it? I'm going to need a massive quantity of pump jacks as well, so let's request those too. Pump jacks are a building, so they'll be in here. There they are. 300 is probably going to be enough, I think. I don't think I get through that many pump jacks, so I'd rather have too many than too few. Okay, we're getting the slow belts as well, but never mind. We're not going to get any of this stuff because this is all part of the LTN station, so let's get rid of it from here. Why is that? still one on the way when it's fully satisfied. Oh, never mind. I don't care. Oh, I'm going to need a lot more steel chests as well. Actually, I'm not going to need that many. 200 will be enough. Yes, I do need... Oh, I need more combinators, actually. That's a thing. Combinators. They're in here somewhere. There they are. I've got a load in my inventory, actually, so I don't really need more of them. But still, never mind. Let's take that. And actually, let's get rid of those yellow belts. Otherwise, I'll just end up using them somewhere. Other stuff here. I think most... Let's get rid of that. I'll hang on to the holmium because it doesn't really belong on this planet. I don't use it anywhere around here. I've still got a load of Riddler data with me, but never mind. Most of this is just going to get loaded into the into the construction train. I need a lot of landfill as well. Is there any in here? There's a bit in here actually, but let's get a load more because you can never have enough landfill. And I do tend to use it as a bit of a sink for things at times. So let's get 2,000 landfill as well. How are we getting on? This is full, unsurprisingly. Okay, so let's take out 2,000 blue... Oh, and do that. I should have done that the other way around. Oh, fuck. No. Rage. I've pressed the wrong button. You know what? Let's have some spares. I don't care. Oh, dear. Let's get rid of all these things that we've got enough of, actually. And combinators. Yeah, sure. Right, so that can fill up to its heart's content. Let's check this one out. So it's getting up. Yep, that's getting fairly close to 3,000. This is still not empty. This one we've got. Oh, on the way 7. Okay, so clearly down here, wherever I'm making pump jacks, I'm making them in very, very small quantities. That's a shame. I was hoping that by now I'd have come down here and just increased everything out of sheer frustration when there weren't enough of them. Those are inserters. Why am I looking at those? Pump jacks must be before here, surely, because all this is oily stuff. But this is all. Yeah, this is oil related. Where am I making pump jacks? If you were a pump jack construction machine, where would you be hiding? Oh no. I need Beastfinder installed, but I'm pretty sure I haven't got it. But some sort of search function for the. Oh, there they are. There. So which of these is the problem? Is it this? Is it you? Yes, it is. And also you should now be connected to the logistics network and enable when there are fewer than 400 pump jacks. Right. So this is going to be ridiculous. This is apparently the limiting factor of it, how quickly I'm making these. This is running flat out, despite only being fed by a yellow inserter, which is quite impressive, actually. I suppose these have got a stack size of 3, so each time it does this, it's putting in 3 plates. But still, this is a bit ridiculous. And the speed of this system is absolutely fine, as long as this buffer is large enough, because I don't need pump jacks all that often. So if this machine makes 400 pump jacks at a time, which would almost double the number I've made in total. Jeez. Then there's no problems. But because it's doing them one at a time, it's horrific. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't need 300. I should probably have a bit of a look. How many have I got? I've got 30. So if you're right about the 15, then I'm good. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's very close. I'm impressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 25. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Let's take 40 instead of 300, because that gives me some spares. And let's see if there's any in here already. There's a bajillion in here. All right, that's fine then. How are we doing for everything else? You're good. You're good. Right. Screw you guys. I'm out. Oh, actually, 2,000. We've got 1,266. Oh, it says so there. I knew it said it somewhere. I just couldn't find it. Why are we not making very much landfill? That's strange. There's another 500 or so here, and there's another couple of hundred in my inventory. That's probably enough, to be quite honest. I think I'm gonna call that, and I'm gonna go back to Norvis orbit, because I know that Henkesesui is quite a big planet, and I don't want to run out of fuel when I'm trying to take off. So we'll go over there, load up, and then load up on fuel, and then head off to Henkesesui, get everything, and get all this built up. Out of curiosity, we've got... Okay, so it's 55% to take off from Norvis. Norvis is the biggest planet by a fairly significant margin. Oh, we're getting some more landfill up here as well. That's quite nice. I don't know why there's landfill in space, but apparently we're being brought it. So, good. While I'm waiting for this to fuel up, let's dump some junk out of my inventory. So, over here somewhere, there is a holmium rocket silo. Here, you can have that. Down here, we need the Riddler data. And I'm going to carry on calling it that. I think technically it's bioelectric data, but Riddler data is a much better name for it. That's down here somewhere with the supercomputers. In fact, let's just... Okay, I did the Shift C and nothing happened, so obviously whatever I'm carrying is sufficiently weird that the game isn't going to... Oh, there we go, there's some bit taken. So there's some holmium plates taken from me. Okay, bots, bring me stuff. What are they even bringing me at the moment? Oh, beacons are useful. Yeah, I suppose all this stuff is kind of useful. I think I phased through the wall there. I'm not quite sure. Fuel. Yeah. That's more than enough to take off from Norvis. It's going to be plenty to take off from Henkesesui. So, let's go. Henkesesui is quite a long way. So I'll be able to do a bit of... Ooh, I've kidnapped another bot. Never mind. Alright, it's going to take a little while to get there. Oh dear. Well, you might get lucky with your coronal mass ejection. It might just blast... It might just land and not hit anything you care about. Or it might rip through your green circuit production facility and destroy countless thousands of green circuits in chests. Who knows? Do you feel lucky? I do really like the way I've got... the system I've now got for dealing with... coronal mass ejections. Let's see where the next one's going to be and make sure I'm prepared for it, since you've mentioned it to me. Energy beams, there we go. Coronal mass ejection. Next one is heading from Myokin. Okay. So the Umbrella Corporation is currently... Where are you? You're in Myokin orbit. Okay, cool. So yeah, you have to... There's not much else you can do, is there really? That is... Yes, that is actually landed in Myokin orbit, isn't it? Yes, because it says launch, not anchor. Okay, good. So what I've got here, and I'm quite pleased with this, is it's a ship that has a suitable quantity of power available. Well, it's used up 1,000 degrees C of it already. That's quite a lot. And then it's got this umbrella defense here on the spaceship, so I can just park... I can take it to wherever there's going to be a coronal mass ejection, and I've got a gigawatt of umbrella defense here, and in the spaceship. I'm really happy with this idea. I suspect it was... I can't remember whether it was my idea or suggestion from somebody on stream, but it's certainly a Laurence Plays exclusive. And by exclusive, I mean exclusive in the same way that computer game companies say their game is a PlayStation exclusive, where that just means first on PlayStation. It's still 4.5 hours off though, and it's less than a gigawatt at peak. So yes, exactly, Peter. That's that's why this is so fantastic, because it can defend an entire planet just from in orbit around it with its umbrella defense. So it's great for that. Now, how long is this going to take? A minute and a half. That's not too... Well, a minute 3/4. That's not too bad. Oh, it was in Maholic. Okay. I knew we talked about it in chat. I couldn't remember whether it was my idea or whether it was somebody else's idea. And to be honest, it being someone else's idea that I've then nicked and implemented, yeah, makes sense. I'm happy to believe that. So let's see, what else did I have on my list of things to do? So there's the resources supplies for Henkesesui. I need to get that up and running. Ooh, I hope I've got enough big pylons. I didn't think of that one. 50. And another none. I could use the little ones, I suppose, but these little ones, not these. These are pipes. But that seems a little silly. And if I have to, I can use the pylon substations. But again, seems a little silly. Oh, I did that one. Did the limiting the science machines to save on Arcosphere usage should that ever become relevant. At some point, I've been thinking perhaps I should put better modules into the core processing system on Norvis. That's a nice to have rather than a remotely essential. But down here is where what's going on? Why have these trains? Oh, for goodness sake! I've had some trains decapitated again. Rage. So yeah, at some point I'm going to have to come in and fix these trains because, well, the usual problem has occurred. That's annoying. But yeah, if I put in some better modules in all of these, it's going to be very, very expensive in modules because I've got a lot of these machines. But it would increase the amount of resource I got out of the core mining, so that might be quite nice. I need to start making beacons on the space bus. I've been thinking I want to upgrade the productivity modules and the Naquium processing, and I want to upgrade the quantity of Naquium processing as well. So that's a big thing on the list to do. Deep Space Science 3 is mostly done, and at some point I want to build a sort of a military lander ship so I can go out and just attack planets with impunity. That's a good question. Why do I have an energy receiver? Oh, probably because I was setting up um, an energy beam system on a planet somewhere and just left it in my inventory out of didn't get around to doing something sensible with it. Right, here we are, Henkesesui. So where should we land? Where is everything? Oh, that's there. Okay, let's land here. Bloom. And let's get. So I've got down here. I believe I've got an not an LTN, a file train. Yes, I have. Excellent. So I want you to come up here and be ready to do cool stuff. Then I can get all of the rail and landfill out of here, shove it in the train, get going, and start laying enormous quantities of track. Oh yeah, if one's full, the other's going to be full as well. There we go, and all of that, and all goes in there. Okay, so I want to go from here. How do I play Factorio? It hasn't been that long, Laurence. I want to get. I want to go up to about. Should I just go straight through that Holmanite patch? I could do. Let's try this again. Right, so from here. I don't care about the iron patch at the moment. May well care about the Holmanite patch at some point, so we'll go around that. In fact, this is about the point where I want to go across anyway. So let's go from here. Let's turn. Because it's up here, so I'm trying. Yeah, it's sort of up this area that I'm trying to get to. So if I come over to about here. Stop being weird. There we go. And then up to here. Here, so that's close enough to that one. Over here. Up here, there's the oil patch. One of the oil patches. Over here. Wait, I've landed. Oh, no, I've landed in the middle of the oil patch. Let's get rid of that bit. Yes, trains always drive on the left. Because I'm British. And that's how, and then we drive on the left, so yes, so that's how my trains drive. It's perfectly logical. Don't think about it too hard. The big advantage of driving on the left, let me get this the right way around, is that you can put if you want, you can put your signals in the middle of your railway lines. Is that right? No, no, you can put your railway lines really, really close together without having problems with where the signals go. I don't know if that's actually a useful advantage or not, but yes. Trains go on the left because I'm British. got bored of trying to get them exactly the right distance apart. Right, okay, let's do that bit, and then for this bit of swamp down here, we'll just deal with it manually. Can I get this to... I can. Nice. I think. Start. Drive without me. Go. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. So from here, I want to tell the train to... What? How do I fall? What have I've done something wrong, and I'm not sure what. Let's turn it off and on again. There we go. Yeah, you're probably right. Start. Cruise. Okay, well, I'll just let that go. Yeah, blueprints are a good idea. I'm just not very good at actually remembering to set stuff up like that, I suppose. I don't know. I don't have a good excuse. However, let's get this. Let's get this. Start to sketch this out. And this I will blueprint for to a certain extent. I'm just gonna, to be honest, I'm just gonna sketch it out first, and then come back and put the blueprints in, and then copy and paste a load of it to make a blueprint, which is kind of like blueprinting. I suppose what could actually do here, and would make a lot more sense, is just copy and paste a here's one I did earlier. That would be far more sensible. There and there. Copy that. Paste. Paste. What? Oh, my last copy missed out a chunk of belt. Goodness sake. 6, that much. So yeah, it's reasonably easy to... Oh, I'm missing the belt. Oh, missing the pylons off the top part of it. Try that again. Right, let's do this again and try and get it right this time. So that's the pylons there, so it's this one. All of that. Pylon, that all up to there. Let's take an extra one this time, like that. There we go. Right, so I can then put that in here. Here. It's a bit too big, actually. Yeah, words. That's got pretty much all of it. Let's tidy up around the edge a little bit, like this. Oh, those are actually getting some. Okay, I'll leave those few in there then. None of this is. Get rid of all of that. Right. Okay. Now I'll come up and do the belts for this in a moment. Where's my train got to? Why is it stopped? No. Why did it? Why did it stop cruising? I have no idea. Especially as now that I'm just holding down the forwards key, it's going flat out. Okay, I'll fix the missing pylons in a moment. It has occurred to me that I forgot to put pylons down all the way along here, which is when I was putting it together. I should have made sure that Fal was doing the pylons as well. That would have been sensible, but I didn't. Oh, rail signals. Yes, you're probably right. Not I think I had any of those in there. Rail signals would be a good idea. Let's put some of them in as well. Completely forgot rail signals were a thing I needed. Oh well. They're probably... Ah! Wrong button. Right, okay, let's try and hopefully line up nicely with the other end. I think I'm at the right distance away. I'm not. Oh no. Damn it. Oh, and you can't. You can never do this in Factorio, can you? This never works. The trying to move across one block is an absolute pain. So what I'm gonna do here is bring this up from what I should have done in the first place. Bring this straight up here. This is the problem. There's puddles in the ground. And that, whilst File would have been absolutely fine with going over those because of the what do you call them? Yeah, File would have been absolutely fine because I've got landfill in the train, but you can't put a blueprint down over over water because the game's not quite that smart. Bots? Oh, I don't have any rail. Missing rail. Okay, now have it back so my bots don't try and do it again. Right, this will now drop me. I pressed the wrong button there, actually. Oh well. I think this might now go all the way down and drop back into the onto the main line. Yes, it does. Excellent. Right. Next step: pick up all this blooming tractor put down in the wrong place. Oh, I think I dozed at the wheel there a bit and forgot to let go of the mouse button so that the bots would actually delete that bit. I'll come back for it though. Right, and that bit, that bit, that bit, that bit. There we go. Right. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is put in the power cables. Ooh, let's grab up that actually, since I said I would. So now I'm going to pick up all of the stuff for building. I'm going to get the power poles, and I'm going to get all the stuff for building that mine, and then go up there and get that in place. So we can leave all of this stuff in there actually, because it's not going to be used for anything else. But from here, I will now need a massive quantity of drills. And you always need more drills than you... Well, I always need more drills than I expect to, so I'm going to take a lot of those. I'm going to get rid of that and that because I don't need any of it at the moment. But I am going to need all of the... I've got all the belts already. I'm going to need a load of those, as many of those as I can. Definitely some of them. Probably them. Probably them. Okay. In fact, let's get rid of these requests on these chests, otherwise I'm just going to end up with a lot more stuff I don't want. There we go. Right. Okay, so power. This. I should put in a load more signals, actually. That'd be sensible. This isn't quite how I was intending to do the power cables, but you know what? I actually don't care. It's fine. Hooray! Yes, Twitch is much better. I mean, I'm not sure whether Twitch is actually any better at all, but it's where I'm trying to push people to. So it's yeah. My YouTube is doing quite well at the moment, actually, I have to say. I've got a decent... I've picked... There's some funny things going on with YouTube. Every so often, I just get this massive surge in the number of views videos get. And I'm not quite sure why it happens when it does, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. And it does tend to lead to quite a lot of extra subscribers. But at the moment, I'm trying quite hard to get up to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, please do so. That'd be much appreciated. And then hopefully I'll be able to get up to that magical 1,000 number at some point in the not too distant future. But yeah, funny things happen from time to time with YouTube view accounts. I just get sort of a sudden extra 2,000 views for reasons which I don't entirely understand. Now, as I say, I'm not complaining about this, but I am kind of curious as to what triggers it and what makes it happen. So perhaps, so ideally, I could do it a bit more often. Right. Well, to be honest, as long as you're watching, I don't mind an enormous amount whether you're doing it on Twitch or YouTube, but I think from my point of view, people joining in is more effective on Twitch, and also it's more financially advantageous on Twitch for me, I think. Not that that's the most important reason for you guys to care about, but it makes a slight difference to me. Okay, that's some copper being made. Let's copper a station from somewhere and paste it in up here. Yes, I apologise. You did hear that pun correctly. So I'll take that much because I don't know how much of a splitter I'm going to need yet. Thank you. Why, thank you. I appreciate your disgust. Oh yeah, so there are. I'll get those in a second. Right, upgrade everything. Upgradeatron. All yes. In fact, let's do. No, I don't need to do those. And again. And I don't need to do it again. Right, so we've got a 4 out, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in. That's a bit of a ridiculous number. We'll call it 8, and we'll just merge a couple of them, and it'll be fine, because my blueprints only go up to 8. So this is an 8 to 4. This is going to be seriously over-spec'd for what we've got here, but never mind. Put that there. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do, Peter. Oh, all that holding down shift to try and go straight through things, and it wasn't enough. Am I running out of... No, I'm not running out of blue belts. That's okay. It's just the particular stack I was holding that was running out. Right, and link these up like this. I mean, this is getting through a large number of blue belts. I said no, it's okay. I'm not running out, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did fairly soon. Power over here while I'm at it. Boop. There we go. I don't know if I'm going to have enough for the other station. That said, one station has been able to keep up with one blue circuit production facility. So 3 stations, which is what I've got now, shouldn't have any trouble keeping up with 2 blue circuit production facilities. That's my theory anyway. Behave. There we go. And over here. Like that. And I was going to say I need to put in some signals, but signals are in the train, which is over here somewhere. Let's have those back. Most of them back. Some of them back. Half of them back. Put one in here. One in here. Somehow there's a gap in the railway line. Oh, that's nice. It's been putting in ghosts for all the signals. I forgot LTN did. No, File did that. I appreciate that, actually. That's really good. And then this should actually all be pre-programmed and just ready and good. 10,000. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, good. So that's some more ore gathering going. And yeah, this is massively overspec'd. But never mind. Perhaps I should upgrade all of these belts along these inserters along here. Actually, I haven't got. I'm going to have to use the white ones for this. But these are not. Come on. And then say I want you to pick up copper ore. There we go. Because the blue ones were not fast enough to pick up all of the copper ore that's coming through there. Right. Okay. There we go. That's a nice steady stream of copper ore coming in now. So that'll give me an extra boost to the system there. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was oil, and because I don't plan ahead, I didn't bring any oil derricks with me, so let's go back down and get some of those. Hello, welcome, thanks for joining, etc., etc. Enjoy the stream, and well, yes. Yeah, these stream lag and the and me just sort of me being able to talk a bit faster than I can type or you can type is definitely a point in my favour for this sort of thing. Oh, you know what I didn't bring? I didn't think about pipes. Now I've got some pipes and I've got some tanks, but I didn't think about them, so I don't know if I've got enough. I thought about belts for the copper mines, but I didn't think about pipes for the oil mines. That's potentially going to be a problem. What's in here? Any pipes? Only space pipes. I don't really want to use space pipes if I can avoid it, but I may end up having to. Okay, that'll be plenty. Yeah, worst case I can use. I've got loads of space pipes, so worst case I'll use those, but I'd rather not because they are quite expensive. Right, so where are my oil mines? Patches. There's one here. That's 1100%. That one's 900%. That one's 1000%. So these two together are bigger than this one, but this one's nice and small, compact, and in just in one place. Where is my train going to turn around? Let's go manual and do this myself. And that means if I go manually, then I can go slowly enough to put all of those signals in that I am missing. So turn around here. There we go. And start to head up here, but slowly enough that the bots will fly out and put in all of these like that. In fact, that means I need to take these back because I'm going to need them again. Hello? Oh, I did that the wrong way around. Let's take this out of there. There we go. That one's placed. That one's been placed. That one hasn't. There's a lot of things you need to remember if you want this sort of thing to go smoothly. And my memory is not great. I can't remember if I've told you that. So little things like remembering to load all of the signals and get the get LTN file to put down the pylons and that sort of thing is always a bit of a struggle. But yeah, I'll get there. Well, if I run out of underground pipes, I can either... No, I can't make more because I haven't got any iron. Although I suppose I could head back over to the factory area on this planet and pick up some iron. But I can always use above ground pipe if I have to. Even though underground pipe is better for UPS and flow rate and stuff like that, because I don't... Oh, some missing on the other side as well. I don't really expect flow rate to be a problem. And I've ended up all the way up here because I wasn't paying attention. Right, okay. Let's see. So I want an oil pickup station. I've got some of those down here, so I'll just copy and paste this one. This one's got a pump in the middle of it, but never mind, that doesn't actually matter. We'll get that, so we'll get that much. It shouldn't be. I thought I went through and updated everything to say this today is a Factorio day. That's annoying. It's also on the wrong side. Fine, it can go on the inside right of the rail. I don't really care. Yeah, it shouldn't say that I'm playing Minecraft because, as you can see, I'm not playing Minecraft at the moment. That's horrible. I hate it. What? No. Let's at least get rid of some of this so it's slightly less of a monstrosity. Yeah, I definitely told... I'm sure... Oh, no, I updated Twitch on the description, but not the thing that says what game I'm playing. Let's fix that. Yes, here we go. Factorio. There we go. Let's see if my number of views now shoots up because it's actually right. And I'm not lying to everyone. And also because Factorio is more popular, or at least my Factorio streams are more popular than my Minecraft streams. I suspect I suspect saying that Factorio is more popular than Minecraft is what's known as a lie. Plump, 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 plump. Is that the lot? Yes. Then I do need power over here, so let's do this the easy way. Plump, and then link it up like that. And you know what? I should probably put radar in over here as well. And probably over by the mine as well. Yes, a little transparent lie. The best sort. Well, you saw right through me anyway, so, you know. Deathly silence. Yeah, that's probably the best response to my puns, to be honest. There was I can't remember who it was, but there was someone I was talking to recently who's worked very, very hard at resisting reacting to puns from people because she's fully aware that that groaning when somebody makes a pun just encourages them. Yeah, I do like to think that I'm incorrigible. I'm glad you appreciate them. Thousands don't. That shouldn't be a down underground when I'm short of them. And pipe, 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 pipe. You know what they say, a good pun is its own reword. And there. That the lot? Yes, that's the lot. Okay, so that one wasn't too bad. Oh, there's a train in the way. That's in the wrong place. Right, you. Go to here, I suppose. Sit in that mine, it'll be fine. Right, that's just to get rid of the train. In fact, I probably don't need the train back because I can fly with the jetpack faster than a train will go anyway, but I might as well have it available. Okay, so there's another oil patch down here. I'm going to have to dig some of these patches up, some of these rocks up to get to them. Get to it, though. Plump, 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 plump. And I think, yep, that's all of them. If they're purebred, does that mean I've yeah, you could say I've risen to the occasion. What more could you want? Factorio and puns. Give the audience what they want. Right, now this is going to be absolutely terrible for throughput because I'm going to be putting all of the oil down this single pipe. But I don't actually care because these are all sort of mostly here in order to ensure that I don't run out of oil, not because I need it at a particularly high rate of barrels. So I don't care that it's not a particularly efficient way of transporting it. That might be quite nice, and it is a bit of a faff doing all of this. So yeah, maybe that's another mod I should look into. To be honest, it's not something I do very often though, so it's not. Yes, it's a faff, but it's not the end of the world. I can cope mostly. I've gone underground. That's a problem. Can't end on an underground. All right, let's use a few of these like that, and then a little bit of pipe here to finish it off. Yeep, train. I was not watching for that one. Okay, so there we go. That's significantly increased my oil production rate. So down here I've got there's only 200% left here because I've Uh, this one's been providing oil for ages, and it's now gone basically dry to the point where I've just moduled it up the wazoo just to try and get the oil out a little bit faster. And we're providing when we get 100,000, and there's currently 68,000. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and having a better system for linking these up would, as I say, would be quite nice. But given how rarely I actually have to set up a new pumping system, it's not the end of the world. Why are we short of electricity? I bet there's... Okay, there's something that's switching on and off rapidly that's causing problems. I wonder where... I can't even remember where I've got a switched thing at the moment. Oh, but it'll be the core miners, presumably, because that's what I usually have on a switched system. Because they're the hungry... No, they're turned off. Oh, maybe it's turning these on. No, that's run out of power, which is, I mean, as it should be. Down here, how are we doing? So this is actually losing temperature. That's quite impressive. Okay, so I need a bit more beam power coming in here. These need to be... What? Okay, these are presumably low on water because they're using it up as fast as they possibly can. This is lower than I want it to be. Let's increase that 25k to 50k, because all of these could stand having twice as much water in them. Okay, there we go. So this is actually increasing now. Maybe that was the problem. There wasn't enough water going in here. But if so, this is going to start going down even faster. That is definitely a concern. Okay, power is okay again. I didn't look at how much power we had actually, but all this wibbly along here seems to have been that water problem, so that's fine. That's not a bad idea. Sticking a pump in there would help, but this seems to have solved it for now. But yes, I'll put a pump in just for the sake of sanity. So we're using about 2/3 of the power. So even when the core mining drills kick in, we'll probably be okay. When did the core mining drills last kick in? Presumably then. No, it's a furnace. Oh, who knows? Okay, so yeah, core mining drills, are they about 40,000 each? I forget. Yeah, 50,000 each. So 1, 2, 3, 300. Yeah, an extra 300,000. So if the core drills kick in, that's going to take me up to using basically all of the available power, but only just. So at the moment, most of the power that's being used is being used by assembly machines. Presumably, that's the ones that are making the circuits that are, I imagine, have got enormous numbers of modules in them. Yes, and these are using almost 4 times the amount of power they normally would, because these beacons aren't quite beacony enough. I would go in and upgrade them, but with this design there isn't room to. So those will just have to stay as they are. That's a bit of a shame, but never mind. How are you doing out of curiosity? Not very. I could look over here actually. 150, 30% full. It's not too bad, I guess. It's right. Let's go down and put a pump on those boilers, because I think that is a good idea. It might not be vital, but I think it's a good idea. So I'll head down and do that, just so that it stays with the water in the right place. And when the demand goes up, it'll still have a decent supply of water available. So my original plan was to come up and mine this, and possibly this. I could probably do this one as well, actually. There's 7 million in there, and that's a decent amount of copper. And it just gives me that extra bit of future-proofing. So if I copy this, it'll be more than big enough, I'm sure. Yeah, look at that. More than big enough, but not quite the right shape. So let's put that there. And get rid of all of this nonsense on the back end. And this. And this. And this. Yeah. And this. That one's still in use. That belt isn't. That's powered. Good. There's power there. You're not powering anything. Let go. Down here, we're going to need another one of those in there, and another one down here. Or I could just go, forget it. I don't need that tiny little bit down there. This is all rubbish. This is probably going to now. Yeah, let's replace the. All right, let's. Since I've only got 7 coming in now, let's replace this with a 7 to 4 balancer. In fact, let's do it there. 7 to 4 is that one. Like that. And now I can come up here. I can copy the station again, which is that bit. Put this in down here. And go, oh wait, I've not lined this up properly. Never mind, we'll put it there. Is there still room to get the belts out? Yeah, I think so. I know that going into this corner like this doesn't actually help, but I've sort of, I don't know. I'm doing it anyway, just because I can. There we go. That might as well, actually, you know what? That might as well go in there. Then I can get rid of all of this. Then this can come up here. Get rid of this. Tidy, tidy, tidy. There we go. Much nicer and more elegant. And saves on the belts. What's going on? That's part of the balancer. Fine. Did I get rid of the loop you were asking about? The loop was in there because I just copied and pasted in without really thinking about it, as is traditional. Oh, let's put in a turny round as well. And no, that. There we go. What's it? Oh yes, pump. I knew I was down here for a reason. Of course, the only downside of putting in a pump here is if there's a problem and the power dies, then you'll need something to bootstrap the pump. But hopefully this, well, there's a solar panel there, but that won't actually be enough. Speaking of power dying, that is turning into a real concern with the way the temperature of this thing is dropping. So another thing I need to put on the old to-do list is to go over and stick another beam injector on that on the beam emitter that fires down here to get a bit more power through here. Because whilst the infrastructure down there is clearly capable of providing the of dealing with a gigawatt of a gigawatt of heat, the beam is not capable of providing a gigawatt of heat, so it needs a bit of a kick. Yeah, that was just me putting down the blueprints without really thinking about them, and then going back and going, hang on a minute, that bit there, that's not really necessary, is it? Let's fix that and make that a bit neater, make it actually work nicely rather than just work in general. These trains are really slow. I might send this one away and just fly back when this is done, I think. Oh, is there anything in here that I want? Not really. I think I can safely leave all of that in there. Okay, so I was parking this on that spare rail down there because it's a good place to put it. Right. No, back out of that mode. There we go. Place all the things. Right, this should well and truly fix the problem with insufficient copper on Henkesesui, I think, and probably the insufficient oil as well. Although I'm thinking I probably won't put in an additional. I haven't got any of those, have I? I probably won't put in an additional oil mine because I don't think I've got enough bits and pieces for it. Oh, I need more mining drills. Yeah, I'm just going to run. If I try, I'm just going to run out. So probably not worth it. Right, you go like that, and like that, and like that, I suppose. Not you. Right, I don't see any shortage of power things. I do see some gaps in the belts, though. There we go. Actually, if you look on the map view, there's no purple. Well, so there's no purple. There's all this purple around here, but there's no purple on there that looks like the things that I've got to build. Right, good. Oh, there's no power up here, though, because that pylon doesn't... Because I've run out of those pylons. Okay. Copper is copping. Okay, copper that. Right, I'm gonna. So I think that's now safe to say I've done the Henkesesui copper and that wire that I forgot. I've done the Henkesesui oil supply in the north. Fine. Antimatter I don't care about. Science machines. Oh, did that. Core processing modules I'm not going to do because modules are too expensive at the moment. Deep space. Okay, so there's a couple of things I need to, a couple of things on my to-do list now. Radar not power. Oh yeah, so it's not. There we go, fixed it. All right, let's put one in as well. There. Right. So, a couple of things on the to-do list now. One is the processing on Tulip of the Naquium. So, I'm not processing the Naquitite fast enough. There is generally a shortage of Naquitite in Norvis orbit where I'm trying to use it. At the moment, we've got plenty in here to be waiting to be processed on its way through the system. I'm slightly surprised I can't see any ships. Are there and okay, so one has just left, and there's another one on its way out. Maybe that means that there is a shortage of. What's that sitting there? Maybe that means that. Maybe that's the reason there's a shortage. Maybe there's a shortage of crushed Naquitite in Norvis orbit, and the long range Naquium ships are playing silly wasp names. There's one there. Let's have a look at Norvis orbit. What's going and see what the what's going on with Naquium here. So we've got one of the ships parked here at the moment and unloading. So there's no shortage there. My next question is, what's going on here with all these ships? What are you? You're the gear off and core. Why are you sat there like a... Oh, you can't land because it's that broken one on Norvis, which I need to head over and fix. Right, okay, so I'll go and fix that, I think, is my next priority, because that's jamming things up. Yes, so there are two things that I'm thinking that need to be worked on at the moment. One is the rate of processing of Naquium on Tulip, because that's the sort of limit. That's causing shortages for my deep space science everythinging. Don't go to Henkesesui, go to Norvis. Let's see if we've got enough fuel. I don't think we will have. No, not even remotely. Let's go to Norvis orbit. All right, head over there. And then yeah, so going to go to Norvis orbit, fuel up, drop down to Norvis, fix the blooming trains, and then either head over to Tulip and try and boost the production of Naquium, probably by making more vitalic acid. I might do that by putting even better modules into the machines that are making it. Oh, I need to go to Calidus orbit and put in more beams, a stronger beam for Henkesesui. I'm going to write these down because there's a stronger beam for Henkesesui. Trains on Norvis. Although I'm going to do that now, so I probably won't forget it. So yeah, upgrade the Naquium production, because I've just needed more Naquium for basically forever. There's never enough of it. More Nac-Proc. And then I need to make the Naquium Tesseracts in order to be able to make Deep Space Science 3 packs. And that's a fairly major undertaking, I believe. Right, so yeah, so for the group, yes, another SE run. No, I don't. What is the environmental science add-on? I'm not familiar with that one. I've never heard of it. What does it do? Is it? We've got the biological sciences, but yeah, environmental is not one I'm familiar with. tell me more, and yeah, we might end up using it. We'll see. I mean, that relies firstly on me remembering it exists, and secondly on the group deciding we want to use it. But if it... Oh, okay. That's an interesting idea. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. It's another resource you have to bring in as well as the metals. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I've started using core mining because of the convenience of having a lot more, of basically having free resources available. I'm slightly wary about going in and installing mods that go in and tweak lots of the recipes and things, because I suspect the author has put a fair amount of thought into the balance of the mod pack and the game in general. So going in and adding in extra stuff, I feel like it might break it. But yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. We're going to be using K2 anyway, so that'll be a lot more complicated and a lot more stuff for us to do and make our brains bleed. So yeah, I mean, it might be interesting to try other things as well. We'll see what we think. A minute away. Okay. So yeah, Tulip, as I was saying, over here we are indeed processing, and we are making an aquarium, and we're making it as fast as we blooming can. But the rate that the system down here is producing the vitalic acid is not bad. Oh, there's a shortage. Oh no, there isn't a shortage of this. Whichever process stage of vitamelange this is. I mean, there's most of nearly a belt coming out. I should probably balance that slightly better so it is actually a belt, but it is insufficient basically. Yeah, so. Well, it's K2 and SE combined, so it'll take space exploration and add in the extra complexity of it, so, the extra complexity of K2. So we'll see how much of a difference that makes. I mean, at the moment I've been playing for 20 days, so that's a little bit more than 50 hours. So if we combine the two, then who knows what it'll be like. But I have to admit, I've been playing space exploration relatively slowly, partly because I don't tend to rush through Factorio. I'm not the sort of gamer who tries to speed run things, but also because because I'm streaming it, I spend a fair amount of time talking about what I'm doing as well, and which I think is quite nice. I mean, I enjoy doing it, which is why I'm doing it. But it does mean that I'm not playing as fast as I possibly could. Here we are. We're fueling up again. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I'm not playing absolutely flat out, and there's a fair amount of time spent talking about things, explaining things, and also when I make the videos, sometimes if I find something particularly major that I fix on the video stream, then I'll save afterwards, and that's a half hour where I'll basically have done nothing apart because I'll just been going around talking about stuff I've been doing. But because I did a couple of little things, I'll talk about it anyway. Sorry, I'll save it anyway. So it all does add to the time spent in the game. But I'd say in a totally worthwhile way, of course, which is, as I say, why I do it. Let's put in another pump here because this is filling up far too slowly. Oh, I'm not being brought massive quantities of this. It's interesting. I don't know why I'm not. Let's turn that off before I do actually get brought enormous quantities of it. Right, so what I want to have is so that's presumably a pipe coming up from there. Yes, it is. So that needs to go there. No, it doesn't. It needs to go there. I'm going to grab a pipe there and like that. And nope, can't do that. This will just have to be a. This isn't going to work either. This is harder than it looks. Pipe spaghetti. Right, let's just pull off this one actually. See if that helps. Probably won't actually. This will probably make it worse if anything. No, it won't make it worse, but it won't make it significantly better because there'll be very little fuel in this pipe. Ah well. What I actually need is is another storage tank right on the back of here. I come to think of it, another one of these just up here. Anyway, finished space exploration in 70 hours. That's impressive. Now, I mean, yes, if you know the mod pack inside out, then I'm sure you could go a lot faster. But yeah, I'm going to stick with my I'm not rushing, I'm playing at a comfortable pace and talking about things a lot excuse as to why I'm not doing it that quickly. And to be honest, I'm much happier playing it at a steady pace. I haven't done the try and launch your rocket in less than n time in vanilla either. I've got the getting on track like a pro, which is where you build a train within the first, I don't know, 10 hours or something, because that one's easy. But I've not tried to get the rocket in 3.5 minutes or whatever the top one is. I'm not surprised early game is more difficult, because I get the impression there's a lot more stuff going on in the processing, should we say, because you're doing a lot of it's almost, I was going to say almost Angel Bobian. It's not Angel Bobian, but it's heading in that sort of general direction, that sort of added complexity. So yes, I'm not surprised it's a bit harder in the early game, but yeah, if it adds in the sort of the extra useful tools and things like Angel Bob's does, and I believe it does with things like loaders and whatnot, then yeah, it makes sense why it would be easier in the later game. So okay, that's interesting. You can have one of those. You can have one of those. Backwards, 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 backwards. Evening, Rayclaw. Welcome. Right, are you going to have all the instructions you need? You are not. However, I believe going in here is dangerous. I believe I can copy that and paste it onto there, and then say go to core unload, and everything will be hunky-dory, because the trains are all the same. The trains have to be all the same, otherwise the system wouldn't work as I've configured it. Connect. There we go. And you are also to go to oh yeah, paste. Go to core unload. Right, that's fixed for now. Hopefully it won't break again. Bloody trains. So yeah, train spaceships, great, but yeah, I think having things like the loaders or the unloaders, depending on which way you look at them, would make this a lot easier. So for example, with that, I wouldn't bother with the trains at all, because there's no point. If you can have 6 belts of core fragments, in this case, flowing out of a warehouse in a spaceship, you don't need the trains going in and out to get the faster unloads, because it's going to be fast enough. The problem is when it takes 4 inserters to completely fill a belt, and you have to do all of the belt spaghetti in order to get them into the right place, it wastes a lot of space on the inside of the spaceship, which is why I've gone for this sort of system. But then having the trains in the spaceship it's kind of fun, so I don't really regret it. It adds some interest to the game. Where am I going now? Oh yes, Kalidas to put more power down for Henkesesui before that becomes a problem. Yes, they will outpace the loaders, because of just how. I mean, you saw how quickly those 2 trains went through there. Those 2 spaceships went through there, and now because these ones have been unloading while it was waiting, this one is almost ready to go as well. So yes, having the trains going out and the new ones going in does outpace the loaders. However, it doesn't do it by enough. The loaders would be fast enough for this sort of system, because to be honest, the bottleneck in my core mining system is the refueling of these spaceships. Now granted, that is because I've only put in 1 fueling space in Norvis orbit. I could put in more and it would be, wow, there's a lot of these queued up. I could put in more I could put in more fueling points for the spaceships, and then then it would get rid of that problem. Or I could replace these with antimatter-based spaceships, and then it would really not be a problem. But as it is, it would be fast enough using the using loaders, I reckon, for this sort of system. This is quite satisfying, actually, watching the sheer amount of, because the system is backed up, granted, but seeing 4 spaceships all just coming in and dumping out massive quantities of ore really, really quickly like that is rather nice. I'm quite impressed. And my chat has just done something weird. Twitch seems to be alright, but the other one is a bit funny. Yeah, someone suggested having a train full of rocket fuel in it before, and now it's a nice idea. It seems like a good idea. It actually isn't, unfortunately, because each of the let's have a look at this. Each of these tanks carries 4 times the amount of rocket fuel as a single wagon does. So for a train about the size of the other ones I've got coming in would fill one of these up, and you need about 6 or 8 of them for a spaceship that's carrying trains to take off. So you'd have to have something like 6 trains go through, dumping the fuel and going back out again, and you'd have to have all the pumps for unloading and so on. So I don't think it's worth it. The having the ships bringing the fuel in on a train, I don't think would be effective. So K2's advanced chemical plants and assemblers will make more complex stuff. So why would they make it more compact? Is that because they're faster? So essentially you've sort of got a machine there that's got a huge quantity of speed modules in it, so it runs faster. So you don't need to have as many of them. Because I can see that I mean that would make things a bit smaller because of that. I can sort of see the use in that. But I'm not sure or unless they do something completely different. But you still got the same sort of process and logistics and quantities types problem. I've just come to Kalidas orbit without any of the stuff I need. Oh, for goodness sake. At least I suspect I have. Yep, that's a receiver. Oh, for goodness sake. Do I even have? Oh, I've got a couple of injectors. All right, let's anchor here and see if I can actually do anything remotely useful with what I've brought. I think I'm going to need to put down a load more solar panels, and I haven't brought any of the stuff I need for that. Well, not any of the stuff I need for a lot of that. So which one's Henkesesui? That's Norvis, Myokin, Tulip, Gyrophon, Henkesesui. Was it this one? Yes, it was. Okay, so I need to come... What am I caught on? Where am I? Oh, there I am. Okay. So, a bit more of this across here. Another one of these in. A little bit more of this across here. Another one of these in like that. Oh, it's in here. There we go. Now, how's my power supply? Not very happy. I've slightly overdone it. I could pick one of these up. There we go. Now it'll be all right. Just 33.4 out of 33.8. So that's spot on. That's quite impressive. Yes. Where was this one? Oh, this was cooking Trelos. Let's just. Oh, it is off. Right. You know. No, I'll leave that running. I've got the power for that now. I'll just know it's something I can nibble at if I need to. Okay, so yeah, having a fast machine would definitely help, but it's the input. It's the on Tulip in particular. It's the input of resources that's the problem. So it's the rate that I can get glass in, and yes, okay, I could have another belt coming up here. It's the rate I can get Vitamelange extract coming in, and okay, I suppose I could put another ludicrously fast chemical plant on that as well. And it's up here, so it's the rate that the vitalic acid is coming in. So yeah, it would help, but it wouldn't just be it wouldn't be a silver bullet, completely sort of magical solution. It would only make things a bit better. But yeah, still it could be useful, could help. So maybe. Oh, so hang on. So you're saying these really fast chemical plants are an additional mod, and they're not part of K2. So that's the sort of thing that feels like cheating to me. Rather than I mean, yes, you can get mods that will give you ludicrously fast machines, but unless it's a sort of an intended part of the game, it feels like you're just breaking the game by putting in things that just make it really easy. I'm not sure I really want to do that. Oh, okay. I thought Peter was saying that that they needed to be added to the space exploration. Um, oh, I see. Right. Okay. That makes sort of sense. Yeah. Yes. If they sort of yes, if they're recipes that work in a normal chemical plant, but they don't work in the advanced chemical plant because there's a mod oversight, then that makes a certain amount of sense. Although, given how much effort has been put into making K2 and SE work together, have you not have you tried reporting it to the author of K2 and saying, hey, these particular recipes should also work with the advanced chemical plants? And if so, has he said yes or no? um, Moving stuff around by rocket being half the price is interesting, I suppose. Yeah, that could help a little bit. And early on, it would help when fuel is difficult and expensive. Later on, it's not. At this sort of stage of the game, it's not so much of an issue. Um, yeah, if I mean, as I say, I'm curious as to what the K2 author has said about those sort of chemical plants and whether they're supposed to work with all of the SE recipes. But it does sound like yes, it makes sense. Okay, I think the next thing I'm going to think about is going to be these things, Naquium Tesseracts. Um, these are kind of expensive, kind of difficult, kind of just headache-inducing. Oh, I've just remembered, I've forgotten my ship that's that's at Fenestra. That's unfortunate. What is it called? It's the Donut, isn't it? Donut. Here we are. View surface. Don't anchor on Fenestra. There's no point. Go to what was it called? No, not that one. Let's have a look at the map. Melancholia, that was the one. Mel Melon. Go to the melon. There we go. Right, it's going to take 10, 9, 8, 7. Not very long to get there. So let's try and be a little bit more efficient with this. I need to need to remember to check on this every 3 minutes or so, just to make sure it's done all the things it's supposed to be doing. So yeah, in 3 minutes, please remind me that I need to check on this blooming ship again, because I don't want to just. In fact, about the time this ship arrives at no, it's a different ship. Yeah, 19 seconds away. So yeah, in about 3 minutes, I need to check on the donut again and get it to land and get it to start launching Arcosphere collection doohickeys, because I'm going to need some more Arcospheres, because I'm going to be doing another thing that eats the Arcospheres. I say eats the Arcospheres, that does lots of processing with the Arcospheres, and yeah, nom 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 nom, as it does. Right. I have, interestingly, I've completely lost the YouTube chat, but never mind. I've got the Twitch chat, and that's the one that seems to be more popular, as it should be. So that's fine. Right. What do you even make those things in? I should probably look that up. Nacrium cubes. Oh, it's still in the gravimetrics. So basically everything everything Arcosphere related is done in a gravimetrics facility. That's quite handy because it's fewer things I need to carry around with me, basically. Oh, I should reclaim that. I should empty all of this junk out of my trunk. There's a bit of coal which can go in there. There's some wood that can get stuffed. There's some stone that goes in. Oh, it's a spaceship. Stone that goes in down over here. And there's a lot of other nonsense that can just go wherever. Stone. Drills, I suppose. I'll just dump those. No, actually, no. Let's not. Let's not dump the drills. Let's put them in the spaceship. Because I'll probably next time I want to go off and set up a mining facility, I'll probably have this with me. So put them in there. That makes sense. Same with the pump jacks. And I'll try and remember that they're there next time as well. Get rid of landfill. I don't need that. Then actually, let's come over here and just let the bots refill my inventory, because that would actually be useful. Oh, wait, no, don't. I want to reclaim the space scaffolding out of here first, so I don't get, just because I might as well. Oh, and there were some gravimetrics facilities in there. I'll claim those as well, just because that's what I'm doing at the moment. Those. And let's take those computers out as well, because there's no reason for them to be in there. Right, good. Right, now land down here somewhere, and let's actually do that. Okay, so if they're planning for it, I hope it's quite possible that by the time we finish playing Minecraft Dungeons Dragons Space Shuttles, they'll it'll be part of K2, and it'll just be there. Be nice. Yeah, washing ones are all done in normal chemical plants. You're quite right. So yeah, it makes sense to try and add that in. It sounds like one of those things where you gave it a name that made sense at the time, and then you change what it does so much that the name no longer makes any sense at all. How much am I going for of the scaffolding? 1.8. Okay, that's about that much. Let's get some more of this actually, because I always end up needing more than I've got. Right, back across the fly back across the entire universe again. Tum-ty tum-ty tum. Tumty tumty tum. By the time I get there, it'll be time to look at the donut again and get some Arcosphere collections up and running. And I'm probably only going to get about 5 at a time from there, because I think I've done all the easy ones. I've got most of the easy ones now. Donut. Yes, it's there. It's made it. Anchor. It's a cheery place, is Melancholia. Okay, so is it still in my pace buffer? Probably not, because I've done a lot of... Oh, yes it is. There it is. Plunk. Right, and you request... you rotate. You request... Where are they? No, they're in somewhere weird anyway. So I want 5 of those, and I want 5 of the Arcosphere collection things, and they're in here. Yes, here. It's a weird place for them to be in the raw resources place. Delete that. Delete that. Do that. Right, there we go. That'll now do all the launching that's required, and all the Arcospheres will end up in here. Job done. Come back in 10 minutes. Hopefully that'll be ready. So about 10 past 9. Right. Okay, so Tesseract. Well, it's going to be another one of these. Problem is we're going to need to bring in Naquium cubes and Naquium plates. Now, Naquium cubes are being made in insufficient quantity here. And then, they're going down this belt. Okay. So I can extend this down here. Let's go under. No, can't do that. Let's go under here. Then down here and Splittertron here. And then that can go like that and that and that and that. And that. This is going to get very spaghetti around here, I can tell already. Right, you are going to be doing... Oh, there's 2 recipes. Oh, it's just flip between them because it's a Arcosphere one, of course it is. Arcosphere outputs randomly out. Okay, that's fine. So it's lambda psi zeta, lambda psi zeta. Right, okay. And then we put in another one of these here that requests a lambda, a psi, and a zeta, and puts them in there. And then we unload everything here. That belt takes it, brings it away, and then what else do we get? Okay, so we just get the Arcospheres and the Tesseracts out. So we'll take out we'll put in a splitter. In fact, this all needs to come down here anyway. So put in a splitter down here somewhere that takes out the Tesseracts. On the other side, there we go. The Arcospheres can just be dumped onto this belt. That'll be fine. Oh, I need Cryonite as well. One, two. I was going to say, I'll just stick a long-handled inserter in here, but that's not quite enough. It'll just drop them in the gap. Oh! Stupid. There we go. there. That. No, it needs to be here. There we go. How much cryonite does it need for... Oh, and it's a pretty slow recipe as well. Okay, so this is going to take forever to make all the things, to make enough. However, I don't really feel like I have enough Arcospheres to do it much more quickly. So, yeah. That's going to be slightly problematic. Still, I can pull them off here like this and then have another station to take them away. I think for now, until I get more Arcospheres and I'm a bit happier with the general system of all of this stuff, I can put in another machine here to make them twice as quick. So I'll probably, once I have enough Arcospheres, this sort of thing doesn't feel like a concern, then I'll double that up. And actually, once I've got enough Naquium cubes coming through to make the Tesseracts, then I can put another one of these in on the other side of here, and then maybe another pair of them in over here, and just, yeah, there's plenty of room up here to make more of them, as long as I have the Arcospheres available. So I think that's going to be basically okay. The name One Cruel Bagel it's an anagram, so I'm not very good at thinking up names of things, which is why my channel is called Laurence Plays rather than, I don't know, Bagel Vision or something like that, because I didn't think of that until after I'd created the channel. Basically, I'm not very good at thinking of names, and I came up with that one, and it's sort of about 15 years ago, and it's kind of stuck ever since. So, yeah, I've never had any particular reason to change it, so I never have. Bring this over here. Stick another station in out here somewhere. That will be a copy of... I suppose it'll be a copy of this one because of where the belts are going to appear on it. So let's take a copy of that. Get rid of those bits. If I put it here... belts never line up. Never mind. Oh, I didn't copy the tiles as well, which is the whole point of doing this. Copy the tiles. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Put it in here. Yeah, to be honest, about there will do. There's plenty of room for the railways to do what they need to. Yeah, that works. Spray. And again, goes there. Not you. It's almost like I set. It's almost like I set a theme or a pattern or a fashion. Fashion will have to do as a word. All right, there we go. So from here, we can carry on with the undergroundy bit until we get past here. All right, let's carry on all the way to here. Right, there we go. And that's going to take those away because they're needed for the whatchamacallem. They're needed for space science for Deep Space Science 3 for making the catalogs into actual science packs. So that's the Tesseracts being made slowly but reasonably surely. Oh, I've got. These do not stack very high at all. That's ridiculous. Stack size of 1. I mean, I know there's a bit of a sort of a what's the word? Tendency for Naquium things to not stack very well, but stack size of 1 is ridiculous. Oh dear. Okay, how's the donut doing? Looks like there's at least, well, there's two more to go. Okay, so we've launched 3 and we've got 6 Arcospheres from it. I mean, to be honest, that's probably about the best we're going to get at this point. So we're getting typically 1 from each deep space launch, deep in Stellar Void, and we've now launched 3 from Melancholia, and we've got 3 launch, 3 Arcospheres. So we've got 1 each time, so that's not too bad, but it hasn't got down to 0 yet, but it's getting pretty close to the point where we're just going to be getting the 5 from each place, which is a bit crap. But oh well. So this is probably going to come back with at least, it's going to come back with 15 from the asteroid fields where it's been launching them, and if I'm lucky, it's going to come up well, and it's then going to come back with somewhere between 3 and 15 from the deep space from these launches. So let's say it's probably going to come back with about 22 as a sort of as an average guess, and we'll see how disappointing it is. On the plus side, this means it won't take all that long for this to get up to the point where it's ready for a train to come, because hopefully this is still set at 40 stacks, which is 40, and we've made 29 so far, so we are actually 2/3 of the way through to making our a full train's worth. That's quite impressive. Okay, so there won't be, presumably isn't a station up here that's, oh, this one actually could be requesting Naquium cubes as well. So let's flit up there and get that set up. And maybe we'll be able to, I think we'll be able to make some Deep Space Science 3 at this point. Yes, my Naquium, or Naquitite to be precise, mine is powered by the spaceship that goes out there to pick stuff up from it. Yes, I'll show you, might as well. So out here we have a system where when the spaceship lands here, we pump water in here to fill it up with water. It boils the water in its turbines. That then comes out here as 5,000 degrees steam, which is passed along here into all of these tanks, where it then goes through this turbine and the low temperature turbines and produces electricity. The water is dumped back into these tanks and then back into the spaceship when the spaceship arrives again. And that is what I was going to say, that's working really, really well, but these tanks are looking kind of empty. Where is the spaceship? Oh, the spaceship is nearly back though, so it's probably okay. And this is now back up to, this is 9,800 degrees, so it's got plenty of energy stored in it. Yes, I mean you're welcome to come up with random nonsensy reasons to why the Tesseracts do funny things. I'm all for that. I'm quite happy with that as a concept. Yeah, why not? They are clearly somewhat science fiction-y. Now, the upsetting part of this is the sheer quantity, the sheer value, and quantity of resource that is going to end up on this belt that's coming along here, feeding in the right place down here. Oops. Let's only put this on one side of the belt, actually, for the sake of sanity and efficiency. So this is going to put them out on the top, let's put them out on the bottom. Let's do that and try to remember not to copy this. So this is now going to only put them on one side of the belt, which halves the number that are going to be in a sort of on-belt limbo. Which I think is probably sensible, given that they're Naquium Tesseracts and they are kind of pricey. And yeah, they stack to 1, so again, difficult. So they go under, come in here, along here. That'll mean this will then get its Naquium Tesseracts. Comprehensive deep space catalogs will presumably come up here once there's enough of them. Yes, that's filtered incorrectly. Okay, so we don't have any biosludge, whatever this is called. How am I doing it down here? It's being fed in on that side. How's it being done down here? It's being fed in down the bottom there. Okay, that could work. No, it couldn't. This is all far too compact. Can I rotate? Oh, I could do that. Yes, that works. Nice. So we've got we've still got the warm being pumped out there, the cold being pumped in here. These don't matter because they're all inserted. Yes, that works really well. I'm honestly surprised it was that straightforward. There we go. Have some neural gel. Okay, so it's just the catalogs and the tesseracts that we're waiting for now. How many? Oh, they're starting to... No, they're not. That's just what was on the belt. So we've got up to about 400 and something small. 424. 425. So these are not exactly coming through quickly. But I suppose I could just chuck some... I could chuck these up there just to make some science and get things rolling, just to sort of as a proof of concept, basically. And that would allow me to start making a few of these things, like Naquium or researching a few of these things. Like I was going to say Naquium processor. No, it probably would be enough for me to do that, because I think the recipe for making a Science Pack 3 uses it uses one deep space catalog and produces 6 deep space science packs. So actually, this is a really good recipe. It uses 4 of the deep space science pack 2s, but it only uses one of these really awkward catalogs and one awkward tesseract to produce 6 science packs. So that's actually not bad. So by sending this over, I've screwed up here apparently. 1,000. These stack up to 50, so that means 50 times 40 is 2,000. Why has this got issues? Did I send one over? So the correct number is 40 times 2 times stack size, which is 50 times 40, which is 22,000 times. Yes, that's right. Why has that had a problem? Did I send one of these over when I shouldn't have done? That's interesting. Yes, I've got decently high productivity in the yeah, what was I thinking? Yes, I've got decently high productivity in the my train of thought has completely derailed itself. Must be this. Yeah, this one. And then up here. Yes, this one. Until empty. Right. So yes, I've got. Yes, I've got about double. No, I don't know how many what productivity I've got in here. I've got plus 133% productivity in my science labs. So yeah, they'll all be more than doubled, and I'm producing 6 for each science pack that goes over there. So 6 science packs would easily be enough. So the 400 I've got will effectively turn into 4 times 6. It's 4,800. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I can do 4,800 science. So I could get that one. Dimensional anchor, I don't even know what that does. I could get that one. I could get... That's my only one. I could easily do that, and probably do that as well at the same time. And then no doubt some of the ones down here as well, like these two. And okay, there aren't actually that many Deep Space Science 3 things. Nexus. Interesting. Okay, oh, that's for the Spaceship Victory. Yeah, and that and this one, in other words. Teleportation, that's out of reach. I could get the thruster suit 4. I could get any armor. I could get even bigger spaceships. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of stuff I could get. I could get Deep Space Science 4. Oh no, I couldn't. I could get that far on it. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is I've got all of that ready. So what? So that's down here presumably. Request stack threshold. Oh right, yes, you're right. Okay, let's for now let's just drop that down to 400 to stop that being a problem. Yeah, and you're right. I haven't set this up properly. Yeah, okay, because these aren't set up properly. I can't. So I'll just leave that and not fiddle with it, because I will. Oh, that's in the wrong. Oh no, it's not. Ah, this is the Deep Space Science 2. This is Deep Space Science 3 because they're really, really close together. This can't go anywhere because I haven't finished the railways. Have I got some space? Yes, I have got some space rail. That's a ridiculously simple thing to have that fail on. Let's come down here and sort that out. Scree. There we go. Now the train can depart. And let's do that. And I was going to say put them in over here, but I'm probably not going to be able to, but let's try anyway. There we go. I've got 5 left for reasons. There we go. It's kind of fixed the problem. Copper cables does seem likely. I'll have a look in a second. I just want to keep an eye on... I don't know why I've flown up here, but probably just in case there's a crisis. Okay, so there's my Deep Space Science Catalog 3s coming through. Productivity, all time, maximum, yes. Copper cables, you're quite right, 219 million copper cables. At an average of 7,300 per minute over all time. That's a lot of cables. Okay, so now we're just waiting for the system to make 40 Naquium Tesseracts. I'm slightly surprised it's not got there yet, actually. Because it was making them at a reasonable rate. I mean, yes, one... Oh, oh, no, we haven't. I was going to say we've run out of cubes. We haven't. We've got into a shortage of Arcospheres. There's no Zis. So sigh. But it's getting there. 7, 7, 7, 7, 6. So we need another 8. Yeah, we're just hogging all the Arcospheres now, aren't we? Because there's only 4 in here. That's not so bad. Yeah, so I need more Arcospheres because we're gradually increasing the number of things that are hogging them, and it's just getting a bit greedy. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and yeah, you've definitely been helpful and useful as always. So yeah, thanks for coming along, and yeah, see you next time. I mean, there's obviously the videos where I don't actually get to talk to any of you, but the next actual proper public thing will be the stream of the Minecraft stream on Monday. So yes, I'll see you then. Thanks for watching. And as for this, oh, let's have another look at the donut while we're waiting for things. While we're waiting for things that are currently short of Arcospheres, let's go and get some more Arcospheres. That's a good idea. Yes, yes, it is. And apparently we'll pick up a rock as well. Got some copper out of that one. That's unusual. Right. So where are we going from here? We're going to Creepy Hollow. That's a lovely, lovely inviting. That's the word I'm looking for. Lovely, inviting name. I suppose I should appreciate things like that, given that we're about to start rehearsals for the Addams Family musical. I should anything that's sort of creepy and spooky and so on will should appeal to me and just help get me in the mood for it. But yeah, there's lots of solar systems around here as well. But, I don't know. I don't feel the need to go exploring them because there's no real reason to. I do sort of feel that perhaps space exploration should have reasons to go off to other solar systems as well, because at the moment you do everything in the Kalida system. Sure, you go off to other planets in order to get various different other exotic materials, the new metals and things like that, to do the advanced science. Then you have to go off to the asteroid fields in order to get the Naquium and then to get the Arcospheres. But there's never really any incentive to go off to any of the other solar systems. So, but then, what would be the best way to do that? I don't really know. Would it just how would you put in a decent incentive that isn't just sort of for the sake of it, that just repeating things that you've already done? I'm not sure. How's this getting on for filling up? It's filled up these steam tanks. Oh no, it hasn't actually filled up the steam tanks. But they're not doing too badly. I feel like this is just trickling through. Some pumps in here might be a good idea, just to make this go a bit faster. Although, that said, the limiting factor seems to be just how fast this is making the steam. So, alright, I take it back. Pumps wouldn't really help. But it takes a while for this to... Actually, the thing that's taking the longest is emptying out the sulfur and the iron to make more sulfuric acid. That's entertaining because they stack so much higher. I mean, the crushed aquatite stacks to 10, so it fills up really quickly. These things stack up to 50 or to 100, so it takes them. So it takes long. Oh, and I've only got 2 inserters unloading it as well, so that doesn't help. But it's entertaining that it takes so much longer for the raw materials to make the acid for doing the extra mining than it does to load in the extra supplies here. But that's a sign, I suppose, that my whole mining system is working really well, because that means that these warehouses were all nice and full when the ship turned up, so they could just dump straight into the ship and have it be ready to go almost immediately. Oh, okay. So right, that sounds quite interesting then. So it makes me wonder how you how long we should wait before starting the next playthrough then, because there's so much extra stuff that's on the roadmap, but you don't want to start playing until when there's something really exciting just around the corner, but then you also don't want to wait for approximately forever. So does the roadmap have dates, or is it estimated dates when he thinks he's going to actually have it done, or is he too busy working for Wooby now to actually produce updates for the game? That's red, good. Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine. Oh yeah, this all looks okay. Good. Right. So, how's the donut? The donut is still in flight. How long is it going to take to get there? Another minute or so. Right. Okay. So how are we doing over here? Oh yes, we're still waiting for the the tesseracts over here. Now I could send another train in and demand some more, but it's probably going to be so close to full. There's 4 in there already. We need another 3. So we've just got the Arcospheres dribbling through. What do we got in here? We're missing the size again. So presumably there's, I don't know, something in my balancing system is well, it's causing me to sigh. It's just not very sigh heavy. Okay, no dates. I mean that's fair enough. I can imagine that producing all this stuff and then trying to balance it and play test it and draw all the graphics and all sorts of stuff. I mean I can't even produce a GTA video every week reliably, so yeah, I can't be too rude. So well, I guess yes, we'll see it when we see it, and we'll be very appreciative of it when we do. Is that not a sigh? No, that's a zeta. I'm apparently not very good at Greek letters. Oh, this looks like we're getting a bit jammed up now. We're full of zetas. Is that because this is spitting out massive quantities of them? It is. So, any of these things that use zetas will hopefully be running flat out. So like this one that takes in a zeta and a phi, but it still needs the phis to run. So, when this starts dumping, yeah, that's problematic. I should probably tell the ones that are producing zetas to just generally not run. Like this one, for example, that's running right now. So what I could do, let's try this as an experiment. Let's come around and say this has to be... No. This has to be greater or equal to 2. And copy that across all of them and see what happens. Now I suspect it's going to make the whole thing grind to a halt, because we're going to just run out of all of the Arcospheres. But I'm interested to see what happens. So this will only run if both of that particular machine's outputs are missing. Each machine will only run if both of its outputs are missing. So I'm curious to see what happens. Yeah. Yes, I really like the powering the mining system from the spaceship. There were lots of people being quite rude about it when I was first setting it up. I'm not sure why, but there were. But it's worked really, really well, and I'm very happy with it. And this seems to actually just almost magically fix the problem I was having. In that, well, I say fix in that there's now a much wider range of Arcospheres in here. Now, none of these are running, and I don't know whether I should be worried about this or not. But I'm gonna I'm going to leave this, leave it for a bit and see what happens. And if it gets to the point where nothing is working, then I'll come back in and switch all of those back to 1s and see how it goes from there. But maybe this is actually going to work well. I don't know. We shall find out. And yeah, it's this recipe, because it takes in 3 different ones and then spits out 3 this. It's this recipe because no, hang on, what? Oh, I thought there was one of them that took in 3 different Arcospheres and then spat out 3 identical ones. Not you, not you. Right, I'm looking the wrong side of it. Right, here we go. One of these sort of things. I could have sworn, as I say, I thought there was a recipe, and I thought it was this one, but it clearly isn't. That took in 3 different ones and spat out 3 identical ones. But now I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Maybe it's not a lambda one. Let's have a look at Zeiss. Maybe I'm just completely making this up and it's absolute nonsense. And they are all sort of somewhat balanced in the giving it a big shuffle. Alright, no, I'm clearly making it all up. I take it all back. Right, notably now, yeah, it's not working. Well, that one's having a stir. It's not working because this is ground to a halt. This one's running though. So what do you? It's kind of working. It's working better for keeping a general supply of lots of different Arcospheres in here, but it's doing worse at keeping at least some of everything. Which actually that makes sense, and I don't know why I've now got so many Phis, and I've still got lots of Zetas. It's still a bit iffy. I think my hope is that once I donut up and bring in a load more Arcospheres and can just have a few more of them available, then things will start to work a bit better. Where is it? I thought it was fire up from that. Somewhere in here is this. There we go. Put that there. Blump. Oh, I put it on a rock. Never mind. Sure, there's some ore in there. That's fine. I don't actually care right now. You, therefore, as before, you need to have, what am I looking at? 5 of these and 5 of these. This is exactly the process I did previously. We put all of that in. That's done. Get rid of those. Rotate that back again, and this will now happily run. We'll launch. I don't know how to get rid of that. I don't care. It's not going to be put into the it's not going to be put into here. I don't think it's not a launchable thing. I'm not going to launch a fish and get the what do you call it? Oh, is it the Naquin processor? Okay, right. I'm glad I'm not going completely mad. Taking them. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. Taking all of the ones out of the conversion machines. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Getting rid of spam messages is slightly awkward because of the because I'm using Firefox, and Firefox doesn't let you interact with Twitch properly. And I keep meaning to start using Chrome for it, but I haven't yet. So, sorry. Also, keep meaning to make certain people into mods so they can do that sort of thing for me. Right, let's nip down there and take all the Arcospheres out of those machines and just put them back into general circulation and see what happens. It'll be mildly interesting if nothing else. I can't. I'm in Firefox. Won't you listening? And I can't interact with Twitch properly because it doesn't. Right. So, yoink, 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 yoink. This is a silly system. No, none in that one. None in that one. And that one. Right. I've gone all the way around now. I think. You. We started these machines going anyway, which is a thing. Put it back in there. Right, lots and lots of epsilons now. Yeah, so I think I think the original system did work quite nicely. It was struggling a little bit because I got to the point where I'd put in an extra demand on the Arcospheres. So yeah, I think I need to set all of these back to back to 1. So they'll run if any of their Arcospheres aren't there, and it's just going to keep stirring and stirring and stirring until we have a great success. So yeah, they're going to run all the time, which is a bit of a waste of power, and it does mean Arcospheres are forever sitting in them, which is a bit of a shame. But it does mean there's continuous churn of what's in this chest, and therefore hopefully time for the bots to come out, grab stuff, take it away, like they're trying to now, but they're not fast enough. I could take the speed modules out and they go slower, which would give the bots more time to pick the stuff up, but no, I don't think that would help. I think I'll leave it as it is. No, so YouTube. So I'm using a service called Restream that allows me to stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. It's that the chat on that is broken, and I therefore can't see the YouTube chat very easily. Although actually, come to think of it, I can now put it on a different screen. I suppose that is a thing I can do. Let's put it over here for now. So yes, okay. Now I can see YouTube chat as well. Since there was a message popping up there. Sorry. Yeah, so space capsules and recycle them. No, I have rockets sending them. I have a rocket system that is eventually going to jam up and cause problems, basically. So what I have is all the places that are using rockets for in and out. Like Tulip is a good example. I know this one for sure because I set it up fairly recently. So we've got rockets. Actually, no, this is a bad example because it doesn't have rockets going out properly. Henkesesui. Let's try this one. Yes, maybe. Yes. So this has, for example, it has vulcanite coming in by rocket, so it lands here. Then all of the rocket parts, so both capsules and rocket parts, although the rocket parts get stacked, get dumped out onto this belt. They then come up here, up, all the way up here to here, as you see. They're then fed in here, so that we prioritize the ones that are coming in from the incoming rockets, but also we have a system over here that's also requesting rocket parts. This all gets then shoved onto a merry-go-round, apparently, and passed around here, and the rockets will take what they need from it. And this does. And this basically works on a fairly naive level. The only problem is that gradually we don't get back quite as many rocket parts as we get space capsules in a sort of total number for those required for a rocket, as it were, if that makes sense. Because some of the rocket parts are lost, but none of the capsules are lost. So in theory, eventually the system will overload on space capsules, as we see out here on Ganymede, I think. Yeah, well, we've got 2 chests over here that are completely full of space capsules. There's still a load of space capsules in here, and there's no more rocket parts being brought in to be shipped down here to be turned into vulcanite rockets. So the whole system it hasn't quite broken, but it will eventually break. And this is problematic for the obvious reasons. So what I need to do here is fix this by saying get rid of that, and also setting that to now unload capsules. But I don't. The other thing is I don't really care about Ganymede because it was a bad coming out here in the first place was a bad idea. But now this is unloaded, we should get another rocket coming out full of rocket parts, which will and probably some top bits capsules as well. So yeah, so we'll get even more capsules in here. The problem will get even worse, and just generally, it eventually grinds to a halt. But in theory, if I was doing this a bit more sensibly, then I'd come up with some sort of sensible way to juggle the number of capsules and things that are around, or have some kind of emergency pressure release, I suppose, that would say if there's more than 40 rocket capsules in the system, dump rocket capsules into one of these rockets so that they get taken away as a resource effectively and dumped back in somewhere else, and then just eventually hopefully find their way back to Norvis. So Yes. It's all going around in a circle, but it's doing it in a rather naive way that basically will eventually break. Also, what's wrong with these rockets? Not got enough cargo sections. Fair. What's wrong with you? No cargo sections. Yeah, so as you can see, this is what I mean. We've run out of cargo sections here. I don't know why a rocket hasn't come in here yet. I also don't, as I say, I don't really care about this particular place. So yeah, I don't care. I've got a better source of vulcanite, so I don't care about that one. Right, that's ticking over again. How's the station? Station is now up to 7. Oh, it's full. Why has it not summoned a train? Why have you not summoned a train? Minus 80. That should be actually minus 1 stack. That should actually be minus. I put in a minus 100 there, and it's working actually. So they stacked to 10. Yeah, that should be minus 10 then. Yeah, I don't know why this hasn't requested a train. A train would be 40. And there are currently 42 available. Because that's not wired up, that's why. How did I copy that and not have it wired up? I don't know. That's not the train I requested. There we go, now it's gone yellow. Good. Yeah, these all these mass unloading systems are set up with a stack size of 1 because that's how I set them up at the time, and it's now too late to do anything about it unless I go around and fix fix all of the requests on any given stations I'm improving. So I'm kind of not, which I know isn't the right attitude, but yeah. So I fixed the potential problem will happen from a request size request size of 1 by dropping it down to 8. So yeah, this should be all right. Although we're going to get a lot of trains going round and round and round, just trying to fill up that belt up there with these tesseracts because they're going to take up a lot of space. But never mind, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so I feel like my main push at the moment, the thing that's going to be most needed, is just trying to cram these things through as quickly as possible. Just get more of these Arcospheres in. I've got 8 so far from 4 launches. Okay, that's expected, or that's the better side of expected. I'm reasonably happy with that. Got 10 from 5 on the last one, so we are still getting 2 per launch, which is nice. Okay, that train's been and gone. So up here, dump, 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 dump. Stack inserters can still only carry 1 at a time, so we get this sort of weird 2 at a time effect of them unloading. Never mind. I just want to see them starting to make the. No, I'm not requesting. I spotted that problem and fixed it. That was the one I said. I've dropped it down to 10, so that 10 will be fine, I think. Here they come. You know, I probably shouldn't have this underground bit here because these are so expensive. Let's put another one of those in there. Alright, so that's now working. It's going to chuck out all of the normal stuff. So yeah, that's all fine. I think we used to we deal with all of that up here. Comes straight off. All the scrap comes off here, and there we go. That's some Deep Space Science 3 packs. Wow. I only see 3 of them. Oh, the other 3 have gone up here to be made into Deep Space Science 4s later, I imagine. Deep Space Science 3, that one. Okay, so there's some jammed in there, but oh well, c'est la vie. Eventually I'll need these. Right. Deep Space Science 3. Wow. That feels like some significant progress. I feel like I'm starting to approach the end of the game now. Let's have a look at Deep Space Science 4 just for the terror. So this requires interstellar travel data, which is made in a Nexus, which works on a moving spaceship. Okay. Okay, so if I make a Nexus, put it on a spaceship with a load of blank data cards, fly around for a while, and then come back to Norvis orbit, then I'll have a load of interstellar travel data. That's great. Energy use is proportional to speed, so presumably that means it's better to have it just go slowly. Assuming unless the speed of production is also proportional to speed. Interesting thought. Okay, so that's that one. That's Naquium processors through a deep supercomputer. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make even better supercomputers, and then make Naquium processors as an ingredient for this science pack. Teleportation data uses Naquium cubes. That's fairly standard. Uses previous uses other sciences that use Naquium cubes and all kinds of other science. Okay, so this is going to be pricey in all kinds of other sciences, but other than that, reasonably manageable. Wormhole data is Arcosphere related again, so that's essentially the same as the tier 3 one. So that's not too bad. It's doing a bit more of something that I'm already doing. So yeah, this doesn't look too bad. This one's going to require new infrastructure, possibly a new spaceship, but that's not going to be too difficult to do, I don't think. That one's going to require me to make Naquium processors, which is going to be this is the one that's going to give me more lambdas than I know what to do with, and then suddenly more Xis than I know what to do with. This one, fairly straightforward, just uses up other science types, and this one is just a tier 3 level science equivalent. So yeah, that's not... I'm not going to say not too bad, but I'm going to say I don't think that's going to be as hard as I might fear. Okay, so I need to come up and put in the splitters for this and program everything properly. So we've got up here somewhere, well, we've got 1, 2, 3, so we'll put 3s in here because that makes logical sense. This needs to then be Deep Space Science 3 packs, like that, and then that's okay. So let's go up there and fill that gap in, and then I can actually do at least a little bit of that. Oh, did it say data generation is based on kinetic energy? Okay. Okay, so that means the faster you go, the better, because kinetic energy is mv squared, whereas energy goes up with the speed, which is just v. So in theory, the faster you go, the more data you make on a square basis. So I can, be pretty happy with that. You are doing 3 to the left. Yes, good. Right, that. Let's dump these. Where have they gone? There they are, onto the belt. So yeah, sounds like the faster you go, the more science you make. If you go twice as fast, you use twice as much energy and make 4 times as much science. So that sounds pretty good, actually. And here we go, 1, 2, and 3 coming through there. Excellent. So where should we start? Well, I'm going to need that I'm going to need that in general. I think that's basically that's the next thing to make, because that goes into everything for the tier 4 science. So I'm going to need to head down here. Looking at the other stuff available up here, I mean, it'd be nice to have a higher mining productivity, just sort of arbitrarily, but 20,000 Deep Space Science 2 pack seems a bit pricey at this point in the game, so I think I probably won't bother with that. I could get some more artillery shell range. That's always fun, and that's only using relatively normal space science. I decided personal crafting speed I don't care about. Max health be nice, but I don't really care about it. Movements. Actually, let's get the movement speed one. That'd be nice to have. Efficiency module 9. I don't think I care about that. Energy weapon damage is quite nice for my personal laser defenses, but other than that, I don't care. Worker robot speed would be quite nice. I'm just queuing these up to give me a bit more time. So I've got enough. I've got the sort of the several hundred of these packs through in time to get going. Hey Beatrice, welcome to the stream. You're kind of lucky. I only opened up the YouTube chat fairly recently because I had some funny issues, but never mind. Welcome to the stream. Yes, most people are on Twitch, but thank you for joining. And to be honest, watch wherever you like. I don't really mind. um, Oh, but on that subject, I'm going to say again, if anyone's watching and isn't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe. I'm trying to bump my subscriber numbers up as ever because that's what you do when you're a when you're a streamer and YouTuber. I'm probably going to need that for my getting my spaceship that's big enough to put one of those big purple ball things on, because that required that creates 2,000 stress all by itself, and I'm going to need to do this. So let's put this onto the end of the queue, and by the time I've done all of these, there's probably going to be hopefully going to be enough science packs for that. Right, let's see how that goes. Okay, so we've got the Deep Space Science 1 and 2. We've got plenty of those. We've got a belt full of them going all the way up there. The 3s presumably are still trickling through. Yes. Is that machine running slowly? Are we short of power? No, it's just that's the speed the machine runs at. Okay. And here's some more science packs coming through. We still haven't filled this belt up here. That's going to throw my numbers off where I was saying I was going to be able to do about 4,500 research, because a few hundred of them, maybe about 100 of them are going to, or maybe about 200 of them are going to go up this belt to that one. But never mind. They're going to be needed at some points. I don't feel like it's too much of a waste. Okay. Things are definitely thinging at this point. I'm going to cross Deep Space Science 3 off my to-do list because I've actually done it now, and that's quite exciting. I sorted out the trains on Norvis. That's fine. Stronger beam for Henkesesui. I've done that. I haven't done more Naquium processing because that makes my brain hurt. I'll have to have a bit of a think about exactly how I want to do that. But how are we doing at the moment? We've got 14. Okay, so we haven't got enough Naquium processing at the moment. I mean, I don't know if we never got enough Naquium processing. That's just the sort of the words are hard. That's just the bottleneck for Deep Space Science in general, trying to produce enough Naquium. Although, how short are we? There's none in there because there's not supposed to be. Where is Naquium being brought in? Oh, here. Right, so the belt is empty. Empty. Well, it's full going over there for whatever that is, but never mind. Yeah, so we're not making Naquium plates at the moment because we've run out of Naquium, which is fair, but that means we stop making Naquium cubes, and that means we won't be able to make Naquium tesseracts eventually. So everything will just grind to a halt fairly soon. So yes, the next thing to look at is going to be the Naquium supply, just because everything else is kind of sorted. How's Donut doing? Donut is done. Let's pick these up. Nom. Right, and where's the next place for it to go? Melancholia, Creepy Hollow, Interstellar Grotto. Okay. Grotto. Interstellar Grotto, go. 3 minutes. Okay. So, yeah, that's some more Arcospheres coming in. But I really need to do something about the Naquium. This is biological, I don't care about this. I'll just land myself over here while I go over there and have a think and a talk about it. Right, so Tulip. I've been talking about this for, I think it's probably about a month now, or certainly feels that way. So I've got a decent flow of Vitamelange coming out here. There is, I say I've got a decent flow. These two belts are going nearly flat out, so I'm going to need to increase the rate this is being unloaded at some point. Okay, so we're pumping it through here. These are all running. All these machines here are basically running flat out, I think. Oh no, they're not. They're running. Yeah, they're running at at about. It looks like about 50%, and about 50% there. Okay. Then up here we've got these going flat out from the amount that's coming in on the input. Okay. And maybe the answer is going to be going with better productivity modules, particularly in here, this stage, and any of the stages up here that aren't on decent levels already. Because it does seem to be, yes. I don't know. I almost feel like I just need to make another complete vitamelange processing facility in order to keep the naquium processing supplied with the vitalic acid, and then possibly make another copy of these two up here. Just in sort of if in doubt, go in and double it kind of way. At the moment, we've got enough washed naquitite coming through here to keep this bit's perfectly happy. I don't even need this many machines, so I could come in here and just remove some of these modules, some of these machines as well. Yeah, let's come over here with some higher tier modules and just sort of remove modules and machines that aren't being used, because at the moment we're producing. Yeah, at the moment there is some slack in here, and I reckon I can tighten this up, put in better modules, and get things running a bit better. It's probably because of this machine here with all the speed modules in it that everything's going quite quickly. Yeah, so let's head over there. Let's get some more let's get some better modules. I'll just grab what I can of everything, basically. Head over there and basically productivity module 6, everything that's causing a bottleneck, and see if and that'll make a bit of a difference. It's not going to make a huge difference, but it might be enough to sort of. It might be a nudge in the right direction, I think. So up here somewhere. Up here, I think. Yes, here are the modules. Yeah, you've got blue circuits coming in again. Nice. Right. So where are the modules? So I've stopped making 7s, 8s, and 9s because I decided that was just too decadent. I couldn't afford it, basically. So I'm just going to grab up these. These are tier 6s. In fact, let's grab those 50 as well. Do I want to take more speeds and efficiencies out? Let's take some more speeds as well. And let's take some efficiency. Actually, let's just take them all. And then I can fly over there and have a bit of a think about, and then just try and boost everything up as far as I can. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Where am I? Okay, down here. Get in the spaceship, then I'll have a look at chat because I've just noticed some messages. Right, so let's go to Tulip, and then after if this isn't enough, that's going to be the. Oh God, what am I being brought? Oh, belts, okay, and pipes and everything else is. Let's get rid of the particle accept. Okay, I can't get rid of the particle. Forget it. I don't care. Let's just go to Tulip. Tulip. There it is. Blip, 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 blip. Right. Yeah. So going back quite a long way. Yes. If you're going twice as fast, you have twice as many asteroids to defend against. So that would increase the power a little bit more. But I don't think it'd be by a huge amount. I will have a look at the price of deep supercomputers at some point. Probably once I've actually researched them and had a bit of a look. But yes, I can believe they're going to be a bit pricey because blooming everything is pricey. Oh, thank you, Zavbeat, for the community sub. Gift sub going to, yes, and I'm actually enough of a noob at Twitch that I'm not 100% sure what that means, but it sounds like an excellent thing to have done. So thank you very much for that. Yes, Factorio in space is brilliant. It just continues basically continues Factorio, takes it a bit further and expands it more, and just allows and goes on to it just extends the game a bit more and gives you that bit more beyond the normal end game, and it all just sort of fits quite so well with the standard expansion you're going through in the general system. And yes, it was a sort of, as Eddie Izzard said, it was sort of after World War II. It was Britain. What's that you're holding behind your back? And it's sort of, well, it's just India and a load of other countries. Give them back. You're not allowed to own countries anymore. And we're going, but. And then, no, what's that? It's the Falklands. We need those for strategic sheep purposes. So yes, it's yes, and there's no empire. Not allowed to have an empire anymore. Alas, alack. What are we going to do? Yeah. Oh well, never mind. I mean, there's still a handful of countries around the world that still have our flag on their flag, so they're sort of, we might not be allowed to own the Commonwealth anymore, but at least some of them are sort of are still quite happy with the heritage of it. 5 seconds away, and so I can stop being historical and political and quoting Eddie Izzard. There we go. Right, so let's land over here because it's out of the way. Okay, so first things first, let's have a look at machines that are clearly not needed. So here, and up there as well because they're the same, we see that right, 3 of the machines are capable of filling the belt up. So let's pull up some of this, like that. However, oh, actually, that's probably that was foolish because what I'm going to do is come in and productivity module those up a bit. Now that's unnecessary. Come to think of it, let's try and drop them down to 3s for now. Because Naquim is not my current shortage, so I'll come back and do those probably, but at the moment that's not where the shortage is. So here, any of these machines that are processing need to be bumped up to 6s, like that. And then over here, how far down does it get? Are these all on 6s? Yes, these are all on at least 6 or better, so that's good. How many of these have I actually got? That's the other question. Because there are some down here that are still doing stuff. Oh, no, I can check that later. I was going to say let's have a look at how much we're actually producing before I start doing anything too crazy. Because it's getting past. Oh, there's more on the bottom. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so let's module those as well. And now, because I've shoved in extra levels of productivity module over here, that means that all of these machines are now going to be run a bit slower, because productivity modules make things run slower. Fine. I've got the speed modules here making them go a bit quicker. In fact, you know what? Let's do that. So that'll make all of and in fact over here, yes, that. That's quite. I like that. It upgraded all the ones that were lower than tier 6, but didn't upgrade the ones that were already higher than tier 6. That's sensible. I approve. So some of the vitalic acid is still getting passed to about here, but that's upgraded most of that. Now over here, I'm pretty sure these are all at least 6. Yes, these are the most important layer, and I did them first. So okay, so now everything post vitalic acid is getting the boost. So that's now going as well as it can. So let's do the same up here. Speed modules first. Speed modules for you. Speed modules for you. Productivity modules for all of you. Have I got any left? I have. That's quite nice. I did bring a lot of them. Speed modules for all of you. Productivity modules. You know what I meant. You could see what I was doing even if I wasn't actually saying it. Then down here, we've got 2 machines working. Let's get rid of these 2. And now that might well be enough. We shall find out. I'll keep an eye on it. Doesn't look like it. That might be. Oh, actually, no. Maybe it is enough. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Because they've got better productivity modules and I don't know, speed modules up the proverbial again as well. Okay, that all seems to be basically working. That's a lot along here. So these are 6s? Yes, these are all 6s. These are all more than 6s, so that's fine. This is all working as fast as it possibly can. Sorry, as productively as it possibly can. Let's now have a look and see if that's made any difference. Whatever. This one. Over the last hour, Naquim ingots. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's gone up, down, up, down. I don't know whether that's made a difference or not. I feel like it should have done, but if I look over the last 10 minutes, it's on a downswing. I don't know why there are these ups and down swings. Maybe it's just the amount of time it takes for one of these machines to run. I have no idea. However, I definitely don't need this many of these, so I can reclaim a load of these modules. And some vulcanite as well, I suppose. So I can put those modules in something else now. Has this one been upgraded far enough? No. So let's put product. Oh no, that one has been. These 8s. Okay, right. So there's a little bit more of an upgrade there. Oh, there's one missing one down there as well. Anyway, it's not the point. I'm yeah, my train of thought may have left the station, or may not have left this, may not be leaving the station, rather, to put it slightly more accurately. Okay, so now the hope is from doing all of that I'm now producing a bit more of the what's this, naquium powder, and for the amount of vitalic acid that's coming in, and then perhaps a little bit more of the actual naquium ingots from the amount of powder that's getting around there. But I don't think that's going to change very much. I think the improvements I've made here are mostly going to be on the amount of on the amount that's coming out of the vitalic acid step. So the next thing I want to do is then come down here, and to be honest, I think I want to reverse this belt. So let's put in a bit of underground. Going underground, just like that. There we go. It's about the right place, I think. Hang on. I want to do it. Let's actually count these things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's actually count these things. 33. Okay. So 8 is about a quarter. So I want to yeah, so I put that underground in completely the wrong place. It's here. Oops. This one is to be the first one that goes onto the new belt. So I'm going to turn this round for now as a marker. Then I'm going to put this in like some underground in like that, and that's going to enable me to then do that. There we go. So that puts these. That now put a quarter of the. That will hopefully be a quarter on the near side of the belt, a quarter on the far side of the belt, and then over here. So that's the first 8. Then we've got. Hang on, have I done this right? Yes, that's right. So the second 8 is from there to there. So I want to rotate there like that, and then this is going to come along here until we've done another 8, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So to here, and at this point we go up, across, round, down, like that. Then we bring this across here like this. We rotate that. Right, like that. Yes, actually, I mean, if you look on the space exploration Discord, quite a lot of people have finished it, and now I don't think anybody's, as far as I'm aware, now I may be citation needed on this. I think I'm either the streamer who is furthest on in the game, or one of the, or certainly very, very late game as far as streamers go for space exploration. But there are people on the Discord who are playing single player. Sorry, who are playing not streamed, who are much further through than I am. And yeah, there's definitely people who've completed it. Definitely, just not me. When you say insert a direction, what I suppose the question is, what do you mean? Is this like the Angels Bob's advanced inserters, where you can have them point, where you can have them pick up and drop down in any point you want? Because yeah, setting an inserter direction is just a case of dropping another inserter over the top of it, in however you want to. Oh, okay, yeah, those, yes, the Bob's advanced inserters are fantastic. I'm rather fond of those. Okay, let's put it now. Next step of my cunning plan is to upgrade all the productivity modules along here, like that, and find that I don't have enough of them. What? Oh, it's been really stupid, because of course it has. Is that going to work? It is. Okay, awesome. Are you all now as... And just do all of them. Yeah, okay, that's as productivity moduled as I can productivity module them at the moment. So, this will hopefully now lead to me producing slightly more vitalic acid than I was before. And that production of slightly more vitalic acid will hopefully lead to me producing slightly more naquium than I was before. Now, the interesting thing is this processed vitamelange, I don't know, it doesn't seem to be getting through very far through. We're not producing very much of that. So now, as ever, we need to come down here and go, why the hell not? And we find out it's probably, it looks like, because we don't have enough of the actual Oh, there's this. Have I run out of power? No, I haven't run out of power. Okay, so there's a lot of going to be a lot of tracing things backwards to find out why on earth these things are short. What's going? Why? Oh, it is a shortage of. I bet it is a shortage of the actual Vita. It is a shortage of the basic Vita stuff. So these two belts that are coming through here appear to be insufficient for my needs, should we say? I've lost it. Lost in it where it may well be the plot. Okay, here's one. It's coming here. So there's a full blue belt coming in here. Is that full blue belt insufficient, or is it just because we didn't have... Why you stopped? Oh, because... No, you're full. Okay, so we've got enough of the Vita, crushed Vita. Got enough of the Vita roast. These machines are processing it. It's coming through here at a fair old trickle. Okay, so this is... Alright, I take back all of what I just said. This is full coming out. It's flowing up here at full speed, but only one of these belts is, so that's a start. Okay, it's up. I think a train must have just come in when I wasn't looking, and it solved all the problems while I wasn't looking. So now I think there is potentially enough processed. Oh, I see. There's two things pulling off this belt, and it can't keep up. So I need to come down here and basically do that. I say come down here and do that. I just need to do that because I'm apparently close enough. So there we go. That's now going to be pulling enough off. And make that at priority right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have a full... Now we have a full belt here and a full belt here. So that hopefully is then going to get these systems here to kick in at full speed. So it is as usual with Factorio. You find you have a problem somewhere. It's a case of then just sort of tracing it back, finding out where the bottlenecks are. In this case, it wasn't quite as far back as I was expecting it to be, but now hopefully we'll get that bit more flowing in here because these are now full belts. It'll fill up the buffers on here. The vitamin will start to get further and further round the system, load it up more and more, and we'll get a bit more flowing through and be able to produce a bit more vitalic acid, I hope. I think that given that I don't think I need something that's just going to go in and say, well, if you put all of these things into a box, then I'll tell you how much you get in and out, because my UPS is still up at 60, so I haven't run into a problem with the computing power yet. So I'm happy to just sort of keep things running in a kind of vanilla-ish way. So it's probably all right. These are all okay. These are all on tier 3 productivity modules, which is the best I have available at the moment. These are all slightly more than tier 3. So, what is the limiting factor on this? Does seem to be this vitamelange roast that's coming in, and we are essentially using that up as fast as we can possibly make it. Which is impressive given the amount of infrastructure and stuff I've put in over here. Is there anything along here that suggests I'm looking for? It's the yellow dots I'm looking for to tell me that machines are idling. And no, this entire thing now seems to be running at full chat. And there's some here that don't have any input. these machines seem to be running at almost full chat. Now, I suppose I could come down here and upgrade the speed modules in all these machines, get them running it a bit faster. But given that this is also flooding in at full speed, we are dealing with the full input belt. There's no point in doing that. Yeah, so this is running as fast as it can. This is running as fast as it will. Oh, blimey. This is. I feel like this might be. No, this is still about the same speed. So let's have a look at the productivity graphs again. See if all of this faffing around I've done has actually made any difference at all. Naquium ingots, 10-minute hour, 10 hour. No, it's gone down. If anything, what the hell? What? How has that gone down when I put? It did go up briefly. Maybe there was a shortage that sort of just. Yeah, because I did run out of Vitamelange, because I think the supply that came in from the like this. In fact, this is the problem. This sort of thing. Is this mine not keeping up? This mine is not keeping up. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. It looks like I need to make some more Vitamelange mines because, whatever it's called, whatever that stage of it is called, because we're getting these gaps in the belt, and I do not appreciate that. What's this set to? Minus 20,000. That's about right. Vitastacks to 50. 50, 20,000. Yeah, 20,000's right. Yeah, I need some more Vitamelange mines. Now, I think I might have left all of the stuff I need to make mines on this spaceship. Not this spaceship, this spaceship. That'd be convenient. So I've got a load of mining drills there. Oh, no, I left all the rail. I've got 70 rail. That's not enough. Oh. Okay, I'm going to need to go away and come back with a load more rail in order to fix this up. But I could go in and make the mine now with I've probably got a decent number of blue belts. So let's see what I can do. Where's there a nice patch of Vitamelange? There's one there that's 6 million, 10 million, 11, 9. Well, this one over here, 29 million. That looks like a good one to go. Or 29 down here as well. That's nearest my railway. I might just about have enough for that. Right, so no. Yes, that one. Wow, it's not remotely big. What size mine is this? Oh, okay, that was the one I copied ages ago. Where's the other one I copied? Is that? I can't tell whether that's. Yeah, that is a blue. That is the blue belt one. Okay, let's put that in. It's even about the right shape. That's quite impressive. So put that in there. There. Okay. Now I need to come down there with a lot of mining drills, a lot of blue belts, power poles, all of that good shenaniganery. So get those, please, and I don't need any of that. I don't have any blue belts in here to take. There's no rail. There's space rail, but I don't want to use that for the obvious reasons. Also, oh yeah, power poles got 50 of them. That's not going to be enough. Take some more of them. I don't have any big power poles because, of course, I've got 50 of them now. Got some undergrounds. Got some splitters. That's probably going to be about. That'll be enough to make a balancer. What else does a mine need? I think that's it. Right, let's get down there. And this should help with the supply a little bit. It's 29 million in the patch, and I'm going to be putting in blue belts for it, so definitely should help. And I think this 8 to 4 is going to be about right as well for it, because it's about the same size as the other one was. Let's not have that radar there. Alright, slam all these down. Then I can have a bit of a look and think about putting a few more down as well when I realise I haven't quite got enough. Inventory is emptying of other stuff faster than it's filling up with wood, stone and coals. That's good. Well, there's a lot more trees to chop down yet. feel like I want to just get rid of all of the trees down here so I can see where the Vitamelange patch goes to, but I won't do that just yet. I'll leave this little spur on here because there is a bit more of it down here to pick up as well. Oh, I've run out of blue belts. Great. Alright, maybe I was going to say I'll pull up this spur just to free up some, but that won't be enough. Well, I'm going to probably need to go away and come back with some more rail anyway, so I think that's probably not going to be too much of an issue. Where's the station to go with it? Here's the station to go with this. Put that there. That's nice and close. We need to reprogram this, of course, because this is no longer going to be that. It's going to be Vitamelange. This is just going to turn straight round like that. This is going to use up all of my rail, of course. I'm not going to have enough. I'm not going to have enough to join it back on, so no, there's not really any point in trying. Let's just go. Let's fly off and go and get some more everything. By everything, I mean mostly blue belts actually, and blue belts and railway lines, and then I can finish this off. And that should alleviate the supply problems we're having down here. I suppose I could use space. No, I probably haven't got enough space belts for all of this. Well, yeah. My theory is that Naquium processing uses up so much Vitamelange in making the vitalic acid that you kind of need to do it on a planet that has a good supply of Vitamelange, which means you're going to have the risk of Bitometeors. Now, I do have, I think, quite good defenses here. Those are batteries. Somewhere. Yeah, I've got... I was going to say I've got a decent defenses here, but this has apparently run out of copper. How is copper... How is copper? When is... What? Oh, I see. Copper comes in from over here. Oh, right. Copper's being brought in by delivery cannon, but I didn't realise quite how important it was, and just... Oh, I thought the delivery cannon system was just for the nuclear power. I didn't think about the copper, so I'm running out of... Thank you for pointing that out, even sort of indirectly. I don't know what you mean by shiny eyes. Is that a... you'll have to... explain. Do I don't have any yellow belts. I no longer need this one actually because I'm not using nuclear power anymore, and this iron This iron belt was entirely there for bringing the iron over that was needed to make the nuclear fuel cells. So pull all of that up. And then from here, we can go up, across, down, across. There we go. Right, we now have copper again, so we can start making meteor defense ammunition. That was a ridiculous mistake. So let's take some copper out of there. Come over here and shove it straight into the machines over here, because I don't want to wait for those yellow belts to bring it all the way over, because they are slow because they are yellow belts. Put all that in there. Get this running again. So there we go. We've got some green circuits coming through. We can start making the ammunition again and save the world from Bitometeors. Oh, Spice Melange. Yes, okay. Right, yes, gotcha. Yes, there are clearly lots of... Oh, I need it down here as well. There are clearly lots of Dune references in the relating to the spice and with it being called Vitamelange, and you make Vita spice out of it and so on. So yes, I should have picked up on that. I do apologise. It's been a long time since I've read Dune. That's my excuse. So more obscure references are going to go over my head. And I haven't seen the film. I have seen the I've seen the mini series from the 80s, whenever it was, but I haven't seen the new film yet. Alright, this is now working. We're reloading the guns. Good. Okay, let's leave it to it. Okay, so yes, I was trying to. I was debating with myself whether it was. Is this? What's going on here? Oh, okay, the train's just filling up as normal. That's fine. I was debating with myself whether it was worth just going in and using space rail and space belts to finish that off. I think if it was just. Actually, I think it. No, I think there's too much rail required to use space rail for it. I'm going to go off and get the and get some and get a bit of a resupply. How much fuel have we got? Oh, it's basically full now. So if we blast off, we could probably go to I reckon we can go to Norvis. We can go to both here and Norvis with one tank of fuel. Yes, we can. That's taken 25%. Yeah, so we're going to have to refuel in Norvis orbit before we go back to Tulip. But basically, there's enough for it there. Pretty much enough for it. There's 300 rail in this chest. Why didn't anyone tell me? Oh, no. There's no... if I'd known that, I would have used space. But in fact, you know what? Let's just go back. I said... Oh, stop. Let's just go back to Tulip. I didn't notice that. Yoink. So are some of these still requesting? No, they're not. That's just what was left in it. It's obviously getting late. That's my excuse. Why can't I send the ammunition with the space cannon? You can't. You can only send raw resources with the space cannon, the delivery cannon. Because otherwise it'd be too easy. If I had rockets coming out here, then yeah, sure, I could put absolutely anything I wanted on them. But with the delivery cannon, you can only send raw resources and a few slightly processed things. You definitely can't send anti-meteorite ammunition. Probably because that would make it too easy. Let's come out on the other side of here. But not there. That's a bit too much. Here will do. It's going to create a bit of a horrible with the rails, but never mind. Don't care. And then we'll need another one for coming the other way. Oh yeah, coming out. That's good. I hope I've got enough. And this then, shorten that off a bit. Let's not waste rail when I'm short of it. Comes down, joins on there. And I should put some signals in, at least a couple. Like that and that. Yes, that is on the correct side. I seem to have trains driving on the left on this planet, which is a bit bizarre given the earlier earlier debate about where trains should go. Okay, space belts. At least you can put space belts over the top of blue belts, even if you can't upgrade from one to the other. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so you can't deliver you can't deliver meteor defense ammunition by delivery cannon. Which is presumably because it would probably explode from the force of being rammed out of the delivery gun at Mach whatever it is to make it get there. Oh, for goodness sake. Be sensible. There we go. Actually, you know what? Let's... Oh, it won't let me. Just go straight over that. I won't do what I was about to do then. Don't... It really annoys me when the game does stupid things like that. Right, there we go. Right, have I filled in all the gaps? Basically, let's get rid of this bit. I've changed my mind. Don't need that after all. Oh yes, power. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? Oh, and I should fly around down here and fill in any gaps in the belts, because I'm going to need to come in and put in some more drills as well. Right, power, yes, power. So that goes there, and that's going to power all of the drills. Then I can come up here like this and just link it in to up here. Right, that's going to kick all of this into action. Yes, we are now drilling. Excellent. Drill, baby, drill. So down here, I want to put in a few more of these. And a bit more of this. And then some more pylons. Ah, there we go. What are these being powered by? I have no idea where these are getting their power from. Is there one of the giant... What do we call it around here somewhere? Oh yes, there's one there. Right, okay, so that's powering all of this area. Fine. Well, if I need any more if I need any more pylons, I know where to go for them. Okay, no resources there. Nor here. Nor here. Loads up here though. Right, let's claim all of this. No, not there. Up there, and I suppose put some in here just to get it out quickly. Right, I think that's it from what I can get. I'm not going to bother with this little bit over here because I'm basically out of belts. And that has been my limiting factor with all of this. But I think that's covered that patch quite nicely. Yes, apart from that little bit over there, that's very nicely covered. Excellent. So this all flows merrily up here. Now, actually, looking at this, I could probably link this belt across into here, and then that would save me enough to... never mind. It's enough to load this. This station is getting loaded up nice and quickly. It's all linked in properly, I think. Got 12,000 in here already. Good. I think that's now hopefully going to solve my Vitamelange supply problem. Miner's missing power. I almost don't. Despite what I was, yeah, you're right. There's a load of extra belts down here. All right, let's be tidy about this. Take the trees out as well. Why not? I'm sure I can find a use for the wood somewhere. It'll power my turrets back on Norvis if it ever makes it down there. Oh. I also took out a load of pylons. Let's fix that. What? Oh, they're out of line for some reason. Okay. And I've completely forgot about those when I'm powering those when I put them in. In fact, you know what? Let's do this slightly more sensibly. So if I pick up a load of this, then I've got enough belts to then come through here like this and put in a splitter like that. Arsenic maple. No, what was it called? Maypaple tree. Arsenic maypaple tree. Good. Just what I wanted. So yeah, I can do all of that. Then I can come along here and do that. Not stand underneath where I'm trying to put one of these things. Put them in. Belt. More arsenic maypaples. Shove that in there as well, and power that. And you know what? Now if I'm not using this, then I can pull this up and stop wasting quite so many space belts. And that means I can then replace. If I can find which ones are space transport belts, which is probably basically all the ones up here. Cut there. I can replace a load of these with normal belts, like this, which are cheaper and therefore far better to use. And the same here because I've still got some left. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe I should have got the bots to just rip the whole lot up. And what's going on here? Something stupid. I can tell. Right, okay, that's a little bit better. Yes, they are indeed, Peter. Other Peter. Yes, yeah. So the original I spend sort of a few hours on a Wednesday playing through and trying to make some progress in the game, and then the video that comes out on the oh, I've run out. The video that comes out on the on Sunday is it basically a recap of what happened on that week's stream. I originally started off producing them. I wasn't streaming originally, so the videos were just sort of whenever I felt like I'd done something worthwhile, I'd produce a video of it. But now because I'm streaming, doing one a week of each, then they tend to be a video. It'll be a video recapping the stream basically. So yes, it's on the same world, same map, same save, whatever you want to call it, or same galaxy, since this is space exploration. Yes, well, thank you for enjoying the series and getting nice and caught up on it. You could the musical is going to be in December. So if you're in the south of the UK, then yeah, let me know. I'll send you a link, and you welcome to come along. I'm not sure what part I'll be playing yet, but we'll wait and see. I'm sure it'll be exciting, whatever it is. Hey Shenards, it's going. I think it's going well. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I came over to Tulip and did a load of. Ooh, there's a rocket landing. I came over to Tulip and did a lot of fiddling with all of the production, sort of putting different modules in, shuffling things around a little bit, hoping for the best. It made almost no difference. It made no. In fact, it got worse. I was getting less vibranium. No, the one Naquium, that one. Less Naquium coming through, and I'm pretty sure it was because I didn't have any Vitamelange coming through, or enough Vitamelange coming through. So I've now hopefully fixed that. So I think that means it's time to have another look at the production graphs and see how that's going, which is the Naqui. Yes, so that one again. Okay, it's gone. So from all of that faffing around, I've gone from about 123 per minute. This is per minute, isn't it? I think it is 123 per minute to 145 per minute, which is it's better. Um, it is an improvement, but I don't know whether it's a worthwhile one for all of that sort of faffing around and shouting abuse at things. The problem is, at this point, I'm not really sure what else I can do apart from make another copy of basically all of this. All of this entire area here is just condensed down, put down and down and down into this trickle of 150 Naquium ingots per minute. That's absolutely ridiculous. So we've got down here. Actually, this isn't quite running flat out. I'm not sure why not. Why are you not running? Because why aren't you running? Oh, there's no input. Okay, so there's basically full belt that's coming out of. I'm sure I balanced all of this when I've originally designed it, and I haven't upgraded any of the modules. I haven't upgraded this at all, so I don't know why this is no longer balanced. That's very strange. I suppose. But this one's running. But then this one is running flat out. Huh? So there's lots of machines here simply not running, presumably because they don't have. Yeah, they don't have enough input. But then up here, which is theoretically identical, I am very confused. Oh, actually, they're not all running. They're the same up here. There's the same, similarly problematic. I don't know why this isn't running as fast as it should be. And it's using up. This one is using up all of the incoming naquium. This one is not. I'm very confused. I don't know what's going on here. um, yeah, I'm planning a K2 SE playthrough myself with some friends in a while once we finish the Minecraft run we're doing at the moment. So it'll be a while, but we will eventually start doing that. I chat. What's chat been doing? Non. Yeah. Yeah. Naquium production. Well, I don't. Yeah, I'm not familiar with WAB 2 either. I've not heard of that. Um, I have. I've dealt with bytes. Well, so I came to this planet originally because I've been. Oh, wide area beacon 2. Yeah, I may. I don't know. No, wide area beacon 2 wouldn't really. The thing is, though, I've basically got. I don't know why this one isn't running at full speed, but in theory, I've got two full belts of Vitamelange going in. So yes, if I use the wide area higher, if I use, in fact, I'm using basic beacons here. If I upgraded them to better beacons, then I wouldn't need quite as many machines, but I wouldn't get any more stuff out of the other end. And I've got basically. I suppose there's a bit of room for a little bit more of this to be coming out, but not a lot more. I've then basically got the two streams of processed Vitamelange, and yeah, these essentially the amounts going in here. Yes, okay, I could perhaps go in and put in higher tier productivity modules, but the problem with but they're too expensive to make. I haven't got enough blue circuits essentially. So at the moment, I'm bringing in the two full belts of Vitamelange plus a little bit more that's coming up from down here. Well, two full belts of Vitamelange, turning all of that into processing all that through and 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 through, and eventually that's coming out as vitalic acid as much as possible, or much as reasonably possible. Then that's going into, and that is, I believe, is the limiting factor of the Vitamelange processing. No, not the Vitamelange, sorry, the Naquium processing, because then along here, as you can see, that's what runs out. There's more than enough of the washed stuff to keep up with that, so it's the vitalic acid production that is the bottleneck at the moment. Um, and I'm making that as fast as I possibly can from the two belts of Vitamelange coming in here. So in order to make it go faster, I'd have to have more Vitamelange coming in, and that would mean another copy of this. Although, yeah, if I remade it now, I'd do it with the better beacons, and so I wouldn't need it. It wouldn't be quite as big. In fact, I could possibly rip this up and out of all of the parts here, make it work better, and make double the amount that's coming through by using the better beacons. But even so, it was still until I put in another, I guess, another station unloading it. So I've got another two belts coming out, and that's a massive expansion. So I think I'm probably going to have to do that, but that's the basically where I'm going to have to do it. um, yeah, so I think that is going to be a thing I do at some point in the future. Not today because it's 22:11, but yes, I think at some point, yes, in order to just get a massive step change in the amount of naquium I'm producing, I'm going to have to redesign this processing area entirely, rip it out, put in a faster one, maybe put in some, maybe then I'll get the opportunity to upgrade some of these to tier 6 productivity modules as well, because that's as high as I feel like I can reasonably go at the moment, before it gets stupidly expensive, and that will raise things up a bit. That said, the coming in and fiddling with things a bit has made a bit of an improvement. It's been a sort of a 20% improvement over what I was making before, so that's totally worth an hour of stream, right? Yes. Um, oh, I suppose. Oh, the space belts. Those are expensive. I'm not sure. I haven't used any of those anywhere yet. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Don't they require more naquium? These Yeah, they require naquium to make, so it's sort of a the cure makes the disease worse essentially. I think I'm probably just going to put more in parallel because this is crazy pricing. Um, might find them useful somewhere else, but at the moment just no. How fast are they, by the way? Oh, 64. So they're only like a third faster than the blue belts anyway. So you might as well just use two blue belts and it'd be faster. So no, I think I just won't use these. It's just bad idea. Not worth it. Um, You're quite right, Leopard. Faster machines means fewer machines, which means you don't need as many modules. There is definitely some truth in that. And that would mean, yes, I could then start putting in tier 6s everywhere and all of them, and just get things running a bit more productively. That would be quite nice, yes. Um, right, so no, many worlds have biters. So if I look in the this is my universe explorer, as it says at the top there, and down here I've got this column is the threat level, and as you might notice, most of these are quite low numbers because basically I've just gone out. If I look at all the planets in my solar system, Kalida's system down here, you can see some. So the orbits are all zero threat because biters don't survive, can't survive in orbit, so you don't get any in the orbit around planets. Some planets have 0% threat, so they're nice and safe. Some planet Norvis is 33%. Some have much higher threat levels as well. So you can basically choose which planets to go to, and they'll have advantages and disadvantages. Now, I think it seems that basically everywhere you can go, uh, sorry, no, every resource is available on a planet with a 0% threat rate. So it's fairly safe. So there will always be something available. Now, Sakimi, no, I was going to say it's waterless. I was going to say maybe that's one that's got water and vulcanite, but it hasn't. So you may find reasons to go to some of the planets, but frequently you'll find that most of the time you can get away with just going off to ones that are completely safe, which to be honest is a bit of a shame. So we were talking a while back about potential expansions in the future for space exploration and other things that may be added into the mod pack. And one of the things that occurs, well, people are saying that there's going to be things like water planets and more extra solar system reasons to go outside your solar system, and it occurs with maybe more resources and extra resources and things like that. And it occurs to me quite a nice thing might be to have things that are only available outside the solar system that are on planets that are guaranteed to have biters, so you do actually have to go in and do a bit of going in and fighting and defending your territory and that sort of thing. Um, whether that would actually be fun or whether it would just be frustrating, I'm not sure. I think it would probably be fun because at this point, I've I've not done any combat for quite a lot, or very much combat for quite a long time because I simply haven't needed to. All of the exotic materials are available on planets that don't have biters. Now, I did go out to Trelos here. This is a bitary planet, so I've got this defensive wall around it. Um, don't knock it, it works. But also, I've used my beam things to go around and kill nearly all of the biters that I've discovered. So if I explore a bit further, I'll probably find a few more. But basically, I've exterminated them all using the energy beams in glaive mode. So you could do that to make a planet safe before you, or to make an area of a planet safe before you land. Then put up some walls and just sort of defend yourself that way. Um, there are definitely possibilities. One thing I want to do. Why is this spaceship stopped? Hmm. One thing I want to do is make a military lander ship that just allows you to land slap bang in the middle of middle of biter territory, and it's just got turrets all the way around the outside of it, and probably shields as well, so you can just exterminate them, wipe them all out. And then maybe some artillery in the middle as well, so you can just sort of push out from an area that's as busy as you like, and just defend and get a defense up and running. Right, why is this ship just sitting here like a lemon? Because it's not supposed to do that. Let's see. So, if you're on, where are we? What is the number of this planet? Oh, it'll be telling me here, won't it? A is 11, 1.1 thousand. Great. So somewhere in here there'll be an if A is. No, not that one. No. Yes, this one probably. And that is outputting a 1 tick. Okay, so that one's correct. That one is also outputting a tick. That one is. Oh, I know what it'll probably be. Yeah, we won't have enough. Yeah, it hasn't got enough fuel. Ah, I knew this was going to be a problem sooner or later. Right. So Trelos is an oily planet. So this is producing both core chunks and oil. The oil is then being processed into rocket fuel, and there isn't enough of it to fill the spaceship up to the point where it's ready to take off. So You've got 465,000. Is it, firstly, is this enough for it to take off? Yes, easily. Okay, so that's fine. What are you set to? 465. So let's set it to 450 instead. Now it'll take off. There we go. And I'll have to check on it and see what happens when it comes back. So I'm going to put a note, make a note of that. Trelos ship fuel level. So I want it to pick up all of the fuel that's available on the planet and then go. Yeah. So and then it'll refuel in Norvis orbit, so it's got enough to take off from Norvis as well. So hopefully this will all be fine. We shall see. Right. I've just remembered that I haven't looked at my donut for a little while, if you'll pardon the expression. What's it doing? It's sitting here in orbit around Interstellar Grotto. So let's land here, like that. Drop down my Arcosphere collectatorium, if I can find it. Nope, that's not it. Somewhere in here, somewhere in my pace buffer, I hope. There it is. Put that down. And I say I hope, it's not exactly difficult to build it, to rebuild it if I have to. Then I want you to request, as ever, I want you to request 5 gold rings. No, 5 Arcosphere probes. And also 5 rocket probe rockets, these. No, not 51, 5. That should be all of them now. So, oh, yeah. Unset those. Rotate that back round. There we go. That's going to start launching it. So yes, those are my last 5. So this was the third and final place I intend to go to. Still got loads of fuel. The going via Fenestra has saved me an enormous quantity of fuel. That's crazy. So yeah, if I had more probes, I could carry on and do more places, but I haven't. So I'm going to head back with the hopefully about how many Arcospheres I've got? 19. Okay, so I was hoping for 20. 19, close enough. Yeah, alright, let's do that. Create a blueprint for it. Put it in here somewhere. It's a good idea. I should have done that a while back. Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, passing a signal from when the fuel is below a certain amount. Yeah, that's a good shout. I'll. I'm trying to think about the amount of fuel it's going to get from each place it goes to. So it goes Trelos, Norvis, Trelos, Norvis orbit, Norvis. So when it gets to Trelos, it's going to have it's going to be missing enough fuel to take off the amount of fuel it takes to take off from Norvis, and hopefully still have enough to take off from Yes, I'll have a look at it when it gets back there, which probably won't be all that long actually. Trelos chunks. No, it's still on its way to Norvis actually, because these ships are slow, because they've only got one plasma ion engine on the back. Yeah, I'll try and remember to have a look at that when it comes back, and see how much fuel it has when it lands, how much it picks up, how much is available on Trelos from it, and yeah, just get a bit of a feel for that sort of thing. I could have it. So at the moment, it's filling up to 400. It's filling up to 450,000 on Trelos, 400,000 in Norvis orbit. I don't know how much it's going to have when it gets back to Norvis, back to Trelos. But yeah, I want to balance it so it basically picks up all the fuel, and it's got room to pick up all the fuel, and it's got enough fuel to take off. Let's make this 500,000. And yes, when it gets back, I'll change this one to zero fuel being coming in on the signal thing from here. Yes, that's a very good idea. Thank you. I'll even write a note of that, because otherwise I'll forget what I was going to do by the time the ship is anyway useful. Signal from external tanks. Hopefully that'll be enough for me to remember. Hopefully. Right. What was I doing? I've more Naquium processing is a bit more Melange proc. Okay, so yes, oh yeah, I'd sort of got to an end of what I was doing here, hadn't I? So I've got the I was saying this is as good as it'll get until I redesign all of the Vitamelange processing. So then I went off and had a look at the donut, which is now doing its launching of stuff. We've got three or four more rockets to do, so that's got quite a while to do on it. The Trelos ship is now flying back and forth merrily. That's working. Well, it's now doing one of the flights, so that's good. I feel like I'm at a point where I've sort of finished all of the things I was working on right now-ish. So let's have a look over here at the this this. Yes, there's some good English. We've got not very many tesseracts there. Now I don't know if that's because they've all been taken away or what. This is not working. We've basically run out of one of these science packs. I think this is because the system that I have here for dealing with the Arcospheres needs to have more Arcospheres in it, given that this has now taken a significant number of them. So when I come back with another 20 or so, almost 20 Arcospheres, this is then going to get lifted up, and this is going to start working a bit better. So that should probably sort that out. I wonder how many tesseracts we've ended up taking up here, because that would explain why there was not much left in there. That's given. Yeah, I reckon another train load has come up here, given that there's that many sitting here, and we've had this running for however long. How many? Oh, I've realised something I've forgotten. When I do this, I'm supposed to set the. Oh no, that was already done. Okay, I've done that one. Does that mean I've also done this one? Yes, I had. Okay, awesome. Right. So yeah, we've now got to the point where we have a backlog starting to form of the Deep Space Science Catalog 6, Deep Space Science, the Deep Space Science Pack 3s. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. So we've got a backlog of them forming. There's enough going around on the belts here that we can start actually doing research with it, and it'll happen reasonably quickly. Delicious sushi. Yeah, not actually zero. You're right. It needs to be sort of down to about a few, below a couple of thousand, something like that. That'll be enough for it to launch. Yeah, I meant basically empty. If I said actually empty. Okay, so this seems to be working quite nicely. The robot speed is not happening. What are we short of in here? Deep Space Science 1s, presumably? That's a funny thing to run out of. Now, I know they get used for making the later packs as well, but is it really that bad? Yeah, so it is that bad. We've got Deep Space Science Pack 1s being slurped up by this. We're making them at 60 seconds crafting time, so we're making 1 per minute. 1 per minute means 1 per 6 seconds? No, hang on, what? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, I can believe that's about 1 every 6 seconds because speed of these machines run at a speed of 10. Okay, so it's making 2 every 6 seconds. This is taking. No, it isn't. This machine isn't. This one isn't taking them. It's just this is just not making. Oh, this is just not making them as fast. So 2 every 6 seconds is not fast enough to satisfy the sciencing. Because that one science lab is going fast enough, and I want to make the most of my high tier modules. Yeah, so this does run occasionally when it needs more up here, but basically this is mostly idle. When it does run, it takes 120 seconds. This takes 180 seconds. This is presumably going to be 240 once it finally gets up and running. Yeah, so the labs. Basically, I've put all of the best modules I've got, which is tier 8s, into this one lab to get its productivity up as high as possible. So every science pack that makes it to it counts as 2 1/3 science packs. And to be honest, and it is more than fast enough. As you can see, it's running at 66.5 times the research speed of a normal basic lab, and that is fast enough. The only reason this is taking time is because I'm not producing the science packs fast enough. So if I did have this one running as well, I'd need to get some more really high level productivity modules to get it to keep that level of productivity going, and it would still freeze up all the time because I'm running out of whatever science packs I'm using. So yeah, basically I'm doing science, or capable of doing science, faster than I'm capable of producing the science packs for the advanced stuff, or faster than I'm capable of finding things in here that I actually want to do for the lower tier stuff. So there's no point. There's no point in having these two additional labs running basically. So I've taken away the inserters, and it's just this one. Because up here we have a beacon with, as you can see, 2 tier 9 speed modules and a load of tier 3 ones, and that's meaning that this is running at silly speeds. I could, if I wanted to go faster, I could come over here and upgrade all of these to tier 6s, but I don't need to. It's fast enough. I spend this lab spends a lot more time idle than it does running, so there's just no need. Okay. Let's head back to Norvis orbit because I can't do anything more on here. So and get some more, and then so yes, for a future episode, I shall. In fact, let's take off and start flying before I start talking. Norbit. Norbit. Okay. Plip. Right. So yes, in a future episode, I shall redesign all of this to work off better modules. Maybe I should do the wide area beacon 2s before I do this. Get these, because then there's no point in building this and then going, oh, I've just built better beacons. These are pricey actually. So these tesseracts are going to be. Maybe I'll just use the wide area beacon 1s because they are actually pretty good. What do they get me? They get me 15 module slots. These get me 20 module slots. It's not that much of an increase, if we're being honest, is it? Oh, it's a wider area as well, isn't it? 14 tiles, so I wouldn't need as many of them. 14 tiles versus... Oh no, it's still 14 tiles. It's got the same coverage area. It just has more module slots. Right. Okay. No, I'll stick with the the normal wide area beacon. I think for this, it's not quite as many modules, but 15 is, to be honest, is sufficient. I think. I'll see how practical it is to do tier 6 modules all the way through. So I mean, I can build tier 6 modules. I am building them in fairly large quantities, but for a build like this, it's going to be a lot. But yeah, I'll spend some time in creative mod, build up a basically this, but with better beacons, better modules, and doing 4 belts of inputs. I'll probably put in another station, so maybe I'll move all of these chests to somewhere else. Oh no, I'll just take over this station. We can have instead of iron ore coming in, which doesn't really exist on this planet, isn't needed here anyway. I can bring in another station's worth of vitamelange, 4 belts coming out of it, and just double this up through sheer modulation rather than the number of machines I've got. And yeah, we may well find that it doesn't actually need many more machines, if any more at all, because there'll be enough extra speed and extra productivity in there. So yeah, that's going to be quite nice, and that will allow me to then double this as well, produce twice as much naquium, and hopefully that's going to satiate the untamable beast, at least for a little while. How are we doing over here? Still empty? Oh, there's enough there for a train to come, I think. No, there isn't. No, it's 400 for a train, so there isn't. That is still less. There's still less than the train load over there. Great. So we're just churning through it as fast as it comes in. Do we have any that we're making into plates here? No, of course not. No, it's all been used up. Right, so we are, now using naquium so fast that definitely needs to be boosted. Why would I'm sure I've zoomed in on a wide area beacon module at some point in my life. What am I looking for? I mean, yes, it's got lots of modules attached on the outside of it, which they don't colour in, which is a little bit of a shame, and they don't show the actual modules you put on there. But I can see that'd be a crazy, crazy complicated way of doing the of setting the graphics up for. So I completely understand why they haven't done that. It'd be cool if they did, if you did though. But yeah, I've got alt mode to tell me what's in them, so that's fine. Right. I feel like this is a sort of point where I've got some major plans. Oh, let's have a look at the Trelos ship again, actually. How's that doing? Because that's a little thing. I was going to say, I've got some major plans, but I don't really want to start them at this stage of the evening. It's 6 minutes away. Great. How much fuel has it got? Actually, that's a question. Almost 300,000. Okay. How does that work? Oh no, it fills up, but then goes down to Norvis. Okay. So the filling up to 500,000. Filling up to 500,000 and then taking off from Norvis. Taking off from Norvis in one of these ships uses up 221,000. Let's write that down. Can't forget it otherwise. 221k. Norvis lift off. 221,000. So we need to absolutely make sure that the ship has 221,000 in it when it leaves Norvis orbit. And then we need to see how much fuel there is available on Trelos, which is I think might be an even bigger planet than Norvis. 8,000. Norvis is 5,000. Yeah, so it's much bigger than. Ooh, okay, that's quite big. Then we need to make sure that when we're on taking off from Trelos, there is sufficient fuel, and there's no fuel in here at the moment. But once the 2 trains go in, we will then have fuel. We will then have this. This will flow again, and we'll see how much fuel is made from one spaceship's worth of core chunks, and so then I can work it out from there and make sure I get the right amount, get the right amount of fuel available. Okay, that makes sense, I think. Oh yes, the graphics. I really like the graphics in space exploration. They go very, very well with the existing Factorio graphics. They're big and chunky and colourful and just fit in. I'm generally just a fan of pretty much everything in space exploration, if I have to admit. Oh, I see. I see what you're getting at, Faustus. Yes. Maybe some of the ones around the back are missing. The side you can't see, there aren't any beacons there. There's some extra control systems and plugged in that you can't see. That's going to have to be my assumption. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then. Oh, well, actually, I can see the top of one there, but yeah, the ones down the back. There's a couple down the back and one on the side of here that aren't there because there's some extra control circuitry for powering the beacon. That's why it's that's why you can't see 18 of them. And the one that takes 20, you don't have that control circuitry, and there's room for 2 beacons on the 2 modules on the bottom as well. That makes sense, right? Okay, so all of these are wired together already. I'm not quite sure why, because that doesn't go anywhere. But sure, it tells me how much is in there, which is currently 7, which is not very many. Oh, and then over here, and there's additional none over here as well. So we've got these 2 need to be linked up. I can't do that remotely, I don't think, because the cables aren't going to be long enough. I can't go from here to here. I wonder actually, can I get another one of these here? Is there one that the bots will lay down for me? Probably not. I could pull that one up because that's powering all of the. Is that even inside? Yes, it is inside Roboport coverage. Okay, I don't have any of these pylons out there, so I can't do that. But in theory, when I can link that up, I can then link that to bloomin' nowhere. Can't connect pipes to wires. Now Now what I can do, actually, now I think of it, is I could put in some belts like this, if there are any, and bridge the cable across with those. But that's silly. I think I'm probably better off just flying back out here. Maybe bringing out those 2 extra crushers that are supposed to be here. It's interesting that I've taken all the productivity modules out of these. I suppose it's just producing so much stuff I didn't need productivity modules on it. Yeah, I'm going to have to fly out here and do this myself. My story is delivery cannon. No, sorry, my story is better than cannon. My story is spaceship. And that's my, yeah, I'll stick with that. Let's head out to Trelos and fix that up. See if I can get there before the spaceship does. Seems unlikely. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up with that. See if I can get out there before the spaceship tries to leave. Either way, I mean, if I don't... No, I will make... Yeah, I probably will make it wait. Because otherwise I'll be waiting forever for it to turn up again and for me to be able to do the wiring on it. So, yeah. But it'll be interesting to see what all the numbers look like when it arrives. But it's going to be a moment until it gets there. In fact, you know what? Let's view surface. Let's change this again. This is the one up at 450. Let's put this up to many. So this ship isn't going to. This ship is now not going to leave, and that's going to give me a chance to come in here and fiddle with it and sort of reprogram it and make sure everything is set up properly without it escaping from me. Now, eventually, this isn't going to be a look at the amount of fuel in the spaceship. This is going to be a look at the amount of fuel on the ground, because Tristan's idea here was an excellent suggestion. Right, so how much fuel have we got now? That's my next question. It's got 279 still. Have we got enough to take off? Not quite. We're about 10% short. So I reckon we need about 300,000 in order for it to take off. Which fits fairly well with the needing 200 to lift off, 221 to lift off from Norvis. So yeah, that seems reasonable. Now, as this train fills up, these will start running again, which will produce oil, which will allow me to produce rocket fuel, which will come around here. So, yes, so I need the ship to depart from Norvis orbit with 500 if it leaves Norvis orbit with 550, so we change this to 550, that's now got enough to do the round trip on the fuel it picks up from Norvis orbit. We also, in the interest of efficiency and savings, want to pick up anything that's available on here. So we wire all of these together, and we then say, also, don't take off until this is less than 5,000, 10,000, something like that. Yeah, so that will do nicely. But I need to get here in order to set up all of that wiring, because it's kind of fiddly. I don't actually want these belt pieces in here. Yeah. No, I suspect me singing is just going to kill the stream. Nobody wants that. Also, we haven't actually started rehearsing yet. We haven't even got parts for the next musical yet. Minute away. Okay, that's not too bad. And yeah, you certainly don't want to hear me sing without a backing track. Although, knowing me, you'll probably hear random snatches of musicals and other songs whenever something randomly occurs to me. So, you know, hang around long enough, you'll probably hear some random musical interludes. But it tends to be sort of as it fits what I'm thinking about and talking about, rather than just spontaneously. So it tends to be spontaneous rather than on demand. That time is not going down as fast as I would like it to. In fact, I think it's going up because we're running out of power because we're too far away from Norvis orbit. No, too far away from Kalidas. There we go. That one, the place where all the energy comes from. Yeah, and look, the speed is down to about half what it normally does. That's disgraceful. Need more solar panels. Actually, this would be a good place to upgrade some of these. Yes, this is a plan. There we go. There are some of these that I've got from salvaging that other spaceship. I thought I'd already done this actually. Maybe it was unless it was a different. No, I wouldn't have done any other ship. This is the only one that would be worth upgrading. because it's the only one I fly around in. I don't care about the speed of the other ones. So yeah, having some of these upgraded to the Naquium solar panels is going to be very, very worthwhile for this particular ship. But other ones, as I say, I don't particularly care about. And I've got a few of those because when I went out to Fenestra, the anomaly place, there was that crashed spaceship out there. Spoilers, sorry. Which I was able to plunder and salvage and just get all the bits of. And yeah. So I've got a few. I'm not going to make any. I'm not even. I haven't even bothered to research them because it's not. It doesn't seem to be worth it. But I've got a few of the. I've got a few of them as I salvaged. Oh, notably, we've now finished doing that research and see how. See how fast that's going. Yeah, that's going. That's going pretty quickly for something that's a 2,000 research points, and each one of them is a minute. So for something that takes 2,000 minutes, this is going pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Happy with that speed. Not going to go in and mess with that too much. Right, anchor on Trelos. Yes, here will do. Bloomp. Right, so there's that other, what do you call it, pylon. So I now want to link this pylon to this pylon and to these tanks, and I want to link all of this to here, which it won't let me do because of course it won't let me from there. Put down another one of these. I can't go, no, can't put it there. That won't be close enough. Pull that up again. There we go, perfect. And then while, oh wait, no, I need to put this through a translatorizer. God, my inventory's full of nonsense. There we go, a bit less nonsense. Right, so I need to use a arithmetic combinator. So I'll put that there. Can it reach? Yes. And oh no, it's the bottom. It's the bottom corner. Is it wire pass through and just spaceship clamp itself? Okay, wire pass through. That's what I want. And then same on the other side. Link that to there. So that's an input. Right, and you are going to turn rocket fuel into ×1. Sure. Into signal F for fuel. So this is going to take in 7,000 Fs and give out 7,000 Fs. Right. These are pumping away merrily. It needs to be an ore on this actually, because if this ship fills up, which it shouldn't do, but if it does, then it needs to go. So I want to say if this is going to be even more complicated. So is it, which one is it? Yeah, that one. So what is full? 600,000. So 550,000. But then I need to disconnect that from there. I need to put in another one of these. There will do. Okay. And we say, oh no, wait, no, it's an either. No, it's neither of these. Oh, but I don't want it to take off if it's got the fuel and the empty and the and no trains. So yeah, this needs to be an if tick is greater than or equal to 1, then output 1. So this yeah, so if either of the this is an OR gate. Oh, and I need another one, another, which there really isn't room for now. Fine, I guess. That says if F is less than 3,000, then output a tick. Okay, now let's try and wire this up without making any mistakes. So that goes to there, and to there, and that goes to there, and that goes to... Fortunately, I was done with putting things on it, I think. And then that needs to get the input of that's going to carry all of the, well, the signal from here. So it's the one that's got 70,000 on the fuel, which is that one. So I need to also wire from there to there. Right. That was horrible. It's giving me headaches as well. Right. So yes. So what we've got here then is we're looking at the amount of fuel. If the fuel is 550, which means it's basically full, and and the other thing I'm looking at is if fuel is less than 3,000 on the outside, then we're saying if either of those are true, output 1 tick. Yeah. So I think that's all correct now. Now, the rate this stuff is coming out, I clearly need to have a second spaceship doing this route, because this is producing it far quicker than we're dealing with it. And then we'll just slurp up whatever fuel is available and yeah, use it again. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's all correct. Let's make a second Trelos ship just for the fun of it. So the Trelos chunks, I want to copy all of that, including tiles, train stop names, and trains. Create a blueprint. And I want to go to Norvis orbit. And I want to put it here. Exactly where... Ah, that's handy. Let's try and line this up correctly. That looks right. No, it doesn't. That? No, wait. Yes, that does look right. Because down there at the bottom of the ship, by the bottom right locomotive, we've got a pipe of got a pipe going into it. Yeah, the ion stream pipe going into the tank, and then next to it and just above it, we've got the 3 tanks being loaded from the fuel tanks. There we go. It's I don't know. Stone is actually quite useful because stone gets turned into glass, and I get through enormous quantities of glass. And if I mine it all up on Norvis, then I have to somehow deal with the if I mine it on Norvis, then I have to find sufficient stone mines on Norvis in order to produce it all. If I suppose I could turn the stone into glass before shipping it over, but yeah, as Tristan says, I've got to do something with it as well. I can't just leave it there. I could, so I've got basically got 2 choices as I see it. I either ship it as stone, as I'm doing at the moment, or I turn it into glass and then ship it as glass, which would also be useful. But bear in mind that firstly, that's more infrastructure needed on all of these planets, and I want these to be as simple as reasonably possible. And then I need to bring in vulcanite as well if I wanted to do it as efficiently as possible. So I feel like this is probably the best way to deal with it. Yeah, and yes, but also the old. I've got to do something with it. I can't just leave it there. It needs to be something. Am I going to find out that I don't have any wagons up here in space? Bet I am. Yes, missing the. Oh, why aren't there any wagons up in cargo wagons up in space? That sounds like a fairly silly question, but why the bits of train that I want not in space? I could have sworn stuff like that was things I would be requesting. I'm requesting fluid wagons, but not cargo wagons? Really? Goodness sake. Yes, apparently not. Okay, can I have some cargo wagons in the near future, please? Why any? Oh. There we go. Right, so they'll be put on the spaceship, this spaceship, and they won't come up here for bloomin' ages because the spaceship ain't here. Okay. What can I do about this? What do I have in my inventory? Do I happen to have... I've got 4, and in here, I've got none. That's really annoying. of all the things to be short of for building a spaceship, it's railway wagons. Is that all that I'm short of? Is the rest of it been built? No, there's one comparator missing somewhere. Where is it? What? Oh, that's... Okay, that's... Oops. Norvis... Oh, okay, Norvis Orbit. Right, here we go. Yeah, Norvis Orbit. There is just one... apart from the 10 wagons, there's just one power pole that shouldn't be there and just seems to have got onto all of my blueprints for no good reason. How do I... Ghosts, entity ghost. There we go. There we go. Right, so it is just literally these 10 wagons, and I can't... I don't know. I was going to say I can't do anything with it until they arrive. I mean, that's not remotely true. I could send it somewhere, but then it would end up with... Then it would be a problem. I could pop it off into space and just have it sit there until there are some wagons here. I've got the fuel and stuff for that now. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm just going to have to pop it into space and then leave it there until I've got the wagons up here, because otherwise it's going to get in the way of, well, possibly that ship. No, probably not that ship, but it's going to get in the way of any other chunk ship. So this Trelos chunks coming in here is going to need to land here in order to fuel up before it can go in, before it can carry on. So I need to move that ship out of the way. So let's pop it off into space. Give it a name. There we go. And yeah, just... Why is launch disabled? Give me an integrity check. Ooh. Stop. I don't know where it was. It was going to... It was in Norvis orbit. Why is it 18 seconds away from Norvis orbit when it's going to Norvis orbit? I don't know where that thinks it was going. But wherever it was going, I don't want it to. This one presumably is waiting to... Yeah, this one's full of vulcanite and is waiting to land on Norvis. That's fine. Happy with that. Presumably because the volcano... This is the Volcano 2? No, it's the Volcano. Probably because the Volcano 2 is already on Norvis unloading. Here. Volcano 2. Yes, this is unloading. We're not actually getting through the vulcanite at the moment, so that's fine. I can just sit there. Happy with that. This is interesting. I didn't... Oh yeah, this was This is sort of a mistake and an afterthought. In an emergency, when I mess up and accidentally land a ship here without enough fuel to take off, I can bring it in by train, but generally that isn't a thing I do. Okay, that's fine. Ignore that bit. Okay. So yes. No, I actually no. So getting back to the stone and C-Same's questions there. I'm getting through a lot of stone, and I'm using a lot of stone for good reason. Over here, this is all in fact, stone down here. Here we go. Yes, I'm getting through a lot of stone, turning it into glass mostly for making into circuits, to be honest. So all of this stone is very, very useful. I want to have that stone, and I want to keep it. It's going in. So if we look over here at my supplies. Let's see what we've got. We've got 13,000. The vulcanite I don't care about so much. That's just being taken away, being used to top up another system. I don't care about that one particularly. Same with uranium. I'm taking it away and using it when it's here, but I don't care about the supply. It's mostly I'm mostly getting uranium from somewhere else. Coal, 131,000. Great. There's loads in there. That's good. Stone, 22,000. That's barely keeping up, actually. So if there's more than 20,000 in it, means it's ready and happy for a train to come. So I think a train has just come, because I saw one just over there at the glass making facility. So, but here there's only just enough for another train. So this is only just keeping up. Down here, copper, it's only 11,000, which is surprising actually, because with the Gerofen ship, there should always be plenty of the copper should always be kept at whatever the number is I decided was appropriate for the ship to actually turn up. If it is less than, if that makes any sense at all. So I'm surprised that's low. Iron doing well, 48,000. That's a reasonably good number. I did have to expand the number of warehouses for holding that. Oil, again, don't care too much. It gets used up, but it's not the main supply of it. Water, I'm simply trying to dump as much as possible. Heavy oil comes from something else. Apparently I am picking it up and taking it somewhere, but I don't know what I'm doing with that one. Yeah, so coal is possibly a worry, actually, because that means there's almost too much coal. This is getting rather full. We need to use coal a bit faster, so maybe I need to make more plastic. And copper is odd, but stone, as you can see, is not particularly high. So I want to actually know stone. I want to be using as efficiently as possible. So in answer to your question, no, I want to try and bring it all in and keep using it, because there's so much of it being turned into glass for low density structures, circuit substrates, that sort of thing, that no, I'm trying to hang on to it and just use as much of it as efficiently as possible. Although actually looking down here, this is nearly full. It's just the this station is very nearly full, so this is going to calm down a little bit in fairly soon and just stop. So we have nearly got enough stone, or nearly got enough glass at the moment. But yeah, stone is a valuable resource, and if I can avoid it, I don't really want to be using the mines on Norvis. They are sort of emergency top-ups, so I do. I was going to say I do have some mines. I've gone out looking for them. So there's an iron mine here that can, if necessary, is capable of providing some iron to the system. There's a tiny coal mine here that again can provide some if it's needed. Copper mine here, which doesn't have it. Oh, it's solar powered, so and it's nighttime, so it's a bit dead. There is a stone mine, so I do have mines for all of the resources, but I don't want to use them if I can avoid it, because I'm starting to get to the point where it's awkward to find mines, suitable patches of the ores and resources on Norvis, and I'd have to strike out into the biter territory. And yes, I could glaive the lot of them and just sort of let the glaive sort them out, but I don't know. I haven't, and I don't want to go out setting up more mines, because that's a faff as well, and I can't be bothered. So it's much easier if the system is just self-sustaining from all of this. Oh, here's another ship. That's going to be a bit more stone then. That's good. Where's this one from? Is this the Trelos one? It is. This is the Trelos. So this will now presumably have. Oh, it's practically full of fuel. That's odd. I didn't expect that to be full. Have I messed up my numbers? I mean, probably. I was expecting that to come down with, like... Oh, they're both set to 550. Okay. Which is presumably what was on it before it took off. Yeah. Okay, I'm okay with that, actually. This does seem to be set about right. So it's going to land with 326,000, which is sufficient to take off from Trelos, so that's okay. The ship won't get stranded there even if there's no fuel available. And it will then sit there pumping until either the ship is basically full of fuel, or there's no fuel left outside, and the trains have replenished. So I think this is probably okay. I kind of want to watch it go round again and do it all again, but it's 8 minutes away now, so I need to find something to talk about for 8 minutes, and then probably go to bed. Because it's 11:30 now, yes. Definitely need to go to bed soon. Yes, I do have core miners on Norvis. There's a few of them over here. They're providing a sort of a top-up for the stuff that's coming off here. So we're using this at like 6 times the rate. We're 5 times the rate we're using the Norvis core miners. But the idea is that we want to use this up first, because this is being brought in somewhat freely, and then we've got an extra supply of it available here for when it's needed. Yeah, and I could put in a lot more core miners and just go, well, I don't care, I'll use lots of power, but I'd need to use up an enormous amount of space to get enough core miners to keep the whole base happy, I suspect. And producing the one on Gearoffen is particularly useful, because that brings back enormous quantities of copper whenever I need enormous quantities of copper. The rest of it, to be honest, not so necessary, but it's a good way of... It's a nice way of getting, so for example on, let's say Mioc, let's pick on Miocin as an example. We're producing here we've got the core miners. They're producing the vulcanite ore for basically for free. We've got 62,000 in there, so that's keeping it up. So we can produce the core miners here now producing. I don't need to worry about any of my any of the normal vulcanite mines. I've just got this is always going to basically always going to be full because it's producing it faster than I'm using it. The trains will, this is higher priority than the other mines, so the trains will always come around, grab it from there, bring it over here to be processed into the vulcanite that I then use elsewhere in the system. But if there's ever a problem with it, then I've got these vulcanite mines scattered around here that I can that will produce the resource that vulcanite can be picked up from if it's needed. But generally, this is sufficient to keep up with the demand, and I've got the same sort of thing out on, say, Salia. Well, no, not Salia. Salia is a bad example. Um, Kothar, that was the one I meant. So here on Kothar, we're not using iridium up particularly quickly, so the iridite is backed up here completely. But this does, and so this spaceship is just mostly sitting there. But it does mean that whenever I do use iridite, it's completely free. It's not coming from any of my mines, so I'm never ever going to run out of it because from the I do have the mines because that was how I used to produce it. But it's now coming from here completely for free, apart from electricity. I don't need to worry about setting up new mines. I don't need to worry about them running out. It's all coming out here and just being taken away by train. It also means, because this is one of those awkward resources that requires acid to dig up, I don't need the acid because whilst you need it for digging normal mining, if you're using core mining, you don't. It works without, which is quite handy. So yeah, this system will run just off the core miner. Um, the other sort of extension to that is like out here on Tulip. I've got a set of core miners here, 6 of them running flat out, but these aren't actually producing enough Vitamelange. So the core chunks are coming out here into the trains as ever, but the Vitamelange produced by that is not enough to keep up with demand of this particular one because I'm using so much Vitamelange, as I've been talking about for all of the Naquium processing, that I'm still having to use mines for getting the Vitamelange, but that's okay. I mean, it's producing a little bit. It's slightly reducing the amount of dependency on the mines. If I wanted, I could probably come along here and put in another. I could put in another. I suppose I'd have to put in another 18 in order to double the amount I'm getting out here, which is a lot. So it sort of doesn't feel worth it really. I wouldn't get that much more for the extra stuff I put in, and then I'd be really short of power. I'd need a lot more solar panels. I suppose actually I've got a lot of spare power here. I could do that, but yeah, it's not necessary. It's fine. I think this is probably appropriate as it is. Yes. Have I rambled enough for that Trellis ship to get out there? I bet I haven't. It's still going to be probably 3 minutes away or something. 4 minutes away. Okay. Well, you get the idea. So I'll say once again, because I think there's a few new people watching who I see the viewership has been going up and down a little bit, so I'm assuming some new people have joined. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do. I'm trying to grow my number of subscribers at the moment, so yeah, like, subscribe, all that good stuff, because well, I've got this sort of target. I want to get to 1,000. I passed 700 over the weekend, so you know, like more than 2/3 of the way there, and I feel like it's accelerating. So yeah, any help you can give me there would be great. So please do subscribe to the channel. I'll be back next Wednesday, of course, for some more of this, more space exploration. There'll be a video talking about what I've been doing today on Sunday, so that's a nice one to sort of give you a bit of a catch up. If you didn't manage to make it here for the entire stream, and you don't really want to watch the VOD, then you can watch that to get you caught up a bit. Monday nights are for for Minecraft streams, and we've got to the point where there's a decent amount of automation going on. I have to admit, I don't understand all of it because there's a lot of stuff I've not been working on and other people have been doing while I've been messing around with magic. But you know, I've been automating bits of the magic as well and making all kinds of weird blood pipes because I'm some sort of dark wizard. So that's Monday nights. Come along to that stream as well and see us all playing that. Yes, I do have some DIY videos planned. It's just finding the time to do the work and finding the weather and finding enough space in the car to bring all the wood home and stuff like that. So yeah, I've got 3 fairly major projects that I would like to do at some point. I'll hopefully do them over the summer. We've got a long weekend coming up actually, so maybe I'll do some then. There's I've got a big backlog of videos to process as well over various things. So life is busy, shall we say? Although one of my friends has offered to sort of start helping a little bit with processing the GTA videos, because those are the ones that are most time consuming to produce, and I'm just most behind with. So that, yeah, there won't be one of those tomorrow because there's no way I'm going to have time to do it. Sorry about that. I'll produce them as much as I can though. Oh well. Yeah, no, yeah. Looking at the slightly older chat, no, core miners can't be beacon, can't be moduled at all. They're like the matter fabricators that do a load of stuff for with some of the more advanced Naquium stuff. And yeah, again, you can't put modules in them, which is a real shame because they use crazy amounts of power, and it'd be nice to drop an efficiency module in them. But no. um, Yeah, it probably would make sense for the iridium and uranium core fragments to need acid for balance. That would be, yes, that would be sensible. I suspect maybe the crushers don't have fluid inputs. No, they have fluid outputs, but not fluid inputs. So, I mean, yes, it's a nice idea, but it would require redesign the crushers. That's not impossible, of course, but yeah, it would make a lot of sense. You're quite right. Ship must be nearly here by now. How much fuel have we got? So, okay, how much fuel have we got built up here? 166,000. So, doing a producing enough core fragments for one of these is about half the amount of fuel it takes for the ship to take off. So it's not a huge amount, and that explains why the ship got stuck. But it's not to be sneezed at. The question is, are these pumps going to be able to dump it into the ship fast enough that these tanks will more or less empty before it just sort of ends up sitting there until it's basically full? That'll be interesting to find out. And how much fuel will we be able to get in the time it takes for the trains to swap over, because that is obviously designed to be very quick. So we'll see how that goes as well. Where is it? Come on. Oh, it's practically there. Blip. There we go. Right, so trains come out, fuel goes in, so we're going 300 and whatever, it's pumping. First train going back in. Second train coming round. 90,000. Well, I said 3,000, didn't I? 3,000 might have been a bit ambitious. I'll keep an eye on this and see when it stops going down at a reasonable rate. Because it's that age-old problem of trying to pump it. Yeah, these tanks have all gone empty. No, sorry, the tanks that are actually attached to the pumps have all gone basically empty now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's room for many hundreds of. So let's set that F counter up there. So let's make that 80,000. That means it's going to go immediately, like that. Plip. Okay, it's got down to 28,000. Okay, so I think that means that it's going to. Yeah, 80,000 is a much better number because we've got room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 900,000. So I think, well, yeah, so there's going to be plenty of room in there for more for the fuel it's going to create from doing all this. So I think, yeah, that's good. It'll top it up a little bit. It'll be ready to go, but it won't. Yeah, shouldn't cause any problems. Right. So now the one remaining thing is that sort of the incomplete thing from what I've been messing with is this bloody trellis core chunks. How do I increase that? Oh, it's over here. There we go. I remember. Don't do that often enough. Right, is this ship here? So there's the Norvis. If we look on Norvis, we can find up here. This is the spaceship that goes between Norvis and Norvis orbit, and it's okay. So we've we've clearly been doing science-related things because there's a lot of circuit board substrates, whatever those things are called, memory card substrates. There we go, coming through. Hopefully in here we've got the quite a lot of wagons because this counting is difficult, but that's fine. Don't care about that. Now I should really wait now for this to fill up to be basically full. The ship will take off automatically. This is something I'm reasonably proud of. So as the stuff floods in, it will go by priority across this bottom belt here, around here, and be put into this warehouse. When the warehouse fills up, stuff will go onto this top belt because this belt will fill up, 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 all the way back to here. Then stuff will go along this side. So when there's anything underneath there, that tells the ship it's time to launch. So it was a way, because you can't monitor for how many empty slots there are in a warehouse. You can monitor for how much of a specific thing there is in it. You can monitor for how much of everything there is in it, but you can't look at how many empty slots there are. So you can't find out whether a warehouse is full unless you try and put stuff into it, and if it won't go in, then you measure off that. So quite pleased with that design, and that was ages ago. But yeah, this is going to fill up. It's 20% full now. It's going to take a while to actually get up to full. I could launch it and just say, well, I can't be bothered to wait, just get it up there, or I could take a slightly more sensible outlook at it and wait for it and just let it fill up, because I'm not in any sort of great hurry. Just as long as I don't forget about that that other spaceship that's just sitting up there waiting for things to be put into it, which I probably will, knowing me. Okay, I have finished with Trelos for now, and if I do need to tweak anything, I can do it remotely, because it's just going to be numbers and maybe the odd cable at worst. So let's head back to Norvis orbit, because that's where all the excitement happens. Head back over there, and then we can start. Then I'll be in a useful place for next time to start thinking about what I want to do next. Yeah, so I think I've gone through. I've finished off all the sorts of the little things that I had going, and that actually includes Deep Space Science 3, which isn't exactly a little thing, but it was all the sort of the bits and pieces that I've been wanting to get polished off. I've sort of now and all the little things I've started today, I feel like I've finished. That's quite nice, and hopefully we'll make a good video for the weekend. I think this is probably going to be quite a good place to call the stream, to be honest, because there's not much else to do now that's not a massive undertaking, like going off and trying to make massive Naquium processing via the massive Vitamelange processing system. Trellis ship fuel level, let's cross that off as well, because that's basically finished. Just need a second ship for that now. I could probably put in more than 2 for Trellis, actually. The rate that planet produces core fragments, I reckon I could have. And the distance it is away as well, because if we look at the map, Trelos is all the way down here, and Norvis all the way up here. It takes quite a long time for these ships to fly around, and I bet if I look down here again, this is going to be... Oh, it's not quite full again yet. Yeah, so... Yeah, alright, it's not quite as much stuff coming through here as I thought there was. But it's still pretty quick. I reckon probably 3 ships. We'll see. And I don't... Yeah. Actually, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about a train load. That's a train wagon load. Maybe it wasn't complete. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. Well, 2 ships will probably be fine. In worst case, they'll be sitting around a little bit. Individual products. Yeah. Yes. I suppose yes. You could do that. No. You'd need a huge bank of combinators, because you'd need one for every single item type that was going into the warehouse, and because this is my bringing all kinds of miscellaneous crap up to Norvis, there's a lot of different things go into here. And yes, I suppose yes, I could have a combinator for every single different thing that might end up in it, but it would go from about here to about here probably. But yeah, I mean, interesting academic exercise with Little Belly, yes. Yeah, it would work. It would be possible. And I suppose most of it, pretty much everything that I request, in theory, is on these 4 combinators here. So we've got only this is between 10. Yeah, 10, 20, 20, 40, 60, 80. So I mean, there's definitely left fewer than 80 items across here. So yeah, I might not need many more than 80. A sushi rocket. So do you mean you've got an enormous quantity of? Oh, sushi rocket. You just dump all the stuff into the rocket, let the rocket take it up. Yeah, I mean, yes, I could. I did originally use a rocket. This was its landing pad here. And then I decided that I actually wanted to... in fact, I should probably remove that because it doesn't do anything anymore. Nothing comes here. and this, and then I could get rid of this warehouse as well. Yeah, I was using a rocket for a while. Then I decided I wanted to use a spaceship because spaceships are cool, basically. Yeah, that was exactly what I did, Tristan. I pictured it. Yes, I was thinking a spaceship with a belt. Well, what? And how would you know when the belt was? I suppose you could check when the belt was full in the same way that I am at the moment. But yeah, in fact, that's basically what I'm doing. I have a really, really long belt winding around inside my spaceship. It's just that most of it is winding around inside the warehouse that's on the spaceship. So there's 500 stacks of belts just coiled up neatly into this space, and then when they back up, it all backs up round here. Oh, and a few more here. So yeah, when it backs up all the way from here, round here, round here, round here, round here, and then all the way round here, then eventually it stops. Yes. Oh, it's got some laser cannons in it now as well. Sure, whatever. Right, yeah, I'm not going to watch this fill up. Thank you for watching. It's been quite a good stream. I've had fun. I hope you have. Oh, what's the donut doing? Now that's a strange way to a strange expression that I don't say very often. But let's grab that. And let's. Okay, I'm good. Am I going to forget that I've sent this to Finestra? I don't know. Probably. It's a 20-minute flight back, I think. I think I said 8 minutes when I were at maximum speed. Oh, it's doing the weird Finestra thing. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be a while. I probably won't watch this go all the way, but we do now have another 28. That's pretty good. 28 Arcospheres to play with. What was I? Oh yeah, 30 was my aspirational goal, wasn't it? So if I managed to get the 2 every single time I launched, I'd have got 30. 28 is pretty good. That does sound like a big ship. How big can I make? I can only make 2,500 ships at the moment. Can't get quite that big. What was I saying? Yes, so this will now fly back. I've got another 28 Arcospheres. That's another 50% on what I had before. So I think if I dump those into the system and they all have a nice big stir around and so on, that will probably. I'm quite optimistic that's going to get it back to a state where it's going to work nicely, and we're not going to be stirring stuff all the time, but everything's going to be running, and I'll be able to make science, and I'll still have to fly off and do lots more of these sort of Arcosphere collecting missions, because I'm going to need to start making Naquium processors, which is still more more Arcospheres. Then I'm probably going to have. Then there'll be more. Yeah, there's going to be more missions for this ship, going off and getting more Arcospheres. But yeah, it can do that. It's what it's there for. That and carrying me around, so that's pretty good. Limiting factor endgame, no, because I mean you can make as many Naquium mines as you like. I mean, I've gone every well, not every. Most of these asteroid fields have got a supply of Naquium in them. So see here, we've got Dark Flares and has Naquium fields in it. Pebbles has smaller ones, but then also they're all infinitely big because this is Factorio. So I could go out to Realm of Shadows, and well, so far I've got a mining outpost here, mining outpost here, 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 here. So they're all on my train network. So you can just bring out as much. Yeah, you can make as many mines as you need. It's infinitely big. You just explore, bring in more and more Naquium processing, more and more of these ships flying backwards and forwards for Naquium logistics. So no, it's just how much stuff can you be. It's how much stuff can you be bothered to make at the moment. The limiting factor on my base is the amount of Vitamelange I'm turning into Vitalic acid in order to make the actual Naquium. It's not the Naquium processing is absolutely fine. Then and to be honest, if you start to run out, you make another, or you make the ship bigger, or you have a second landing pad for it, or you make it unload faster by whatever means is necessary, or maybe put trains on it so it can load and unload quicker. All those sort of things are all possible, absolutely fine. You can do them without too much difficulty. The only thing that's actually going to be a real limiting factor, I reckon, is Arcospheres, and that's because you can't just mine them in the traditional way you do with everything else in Factorio. In Factorio, absolutely everything is just if you don't have enough of it, you build more mines. If you don't have enough of it in a certain place, you build more logistics. If you then don't have enough of the next step down, then you build up more processing for it. So it's always just just build a bit more of whatever it is you need in order to get the next thing. Arcospheres are a bit weird in that one because of the diminishing returns you get on it, so that's going to be a bit funny. But other than that, it's just it's not easy. It's all fairly complicated stuff to build all this stuff out and make it bigger and bigger and better and better. But it is just, you need more Naquium, you build more Naquium mines. If you need more whatever it is you need, you just build more of it, and it's the Factorio way. So yeah, I'd say no, the Naquium itself isn't so much of a problem. I mean, people have been saying Naquium logistics is horrible, and you need to use the teleporting chest in order to get enough through. Nonsense. You just put in more and more of these sort of ships until you've got enough coming through, and if the ships aren't filling up quickly enough, you put in more things filling them up. It's just Factorio logistics. If the Naquium has to come from a long way and it's not very densely packed, so you put in more ships. It's not really a problem. It's just putting in the effort to make it all. So yeah, it's an effort. Building the designs for it is the challenge and is the fun of the game. But there's no hard limits on anything apart from, and I was going to say there isn't even a hard limit on Arcospheres. It just gets more and more expensive to make them the more you want, because you get the diminishing returns. We look in here, we see Arcospheres. We get, so all of these places. I've launched 5 from each place because then you always seem to get 5. This one I launched 7 from and I only got 6 back, because that's the diminishing returns I'm talking about. Deep in Stellar Void, I've got 66 now from 42. The first time I launched, I got 5. No, sorry, I got 4, and now it's down to only just 1.5 per on average. So as you can see, this is dropping off. It's got to the point now where I'm not even getting 1 on every single launch. So I see the Arcosphere collection is going to be the hard part. Yeah. So yeah, it's just building bigger and bigger logistics to get better flow through, and possibly actually the one place where these deep space belts, the extra fast belts might be useful, is for loading these ships. Except then you run into the problem of how quickly can the inserters dump the stuff in. So over here I've got yeah, it's the number of inserters you can fit in. So maybe I'd be able to have 6 inserters unloading onto one of them. But then the limiting factor here is because I need to unload different things from this at different times. I need to have different inserters doing the iron and the sulfur versus doing the crushed naquitite. Perhaps I could program that based on where the ship was, but I think I'd still get a certain amount of the wrong thing coming out. Anyway, I've started rambling. It's now about half an hour after I said I was going to finish, so I'm definitely going to go now and say thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, or subscribe on Twitch if you're feeling generous. Follow on Twitch if you're not able to. Subscribe on YouTube. Come along for the next stream on Monday. Watch the videos, everything like that. Can't wait for it. Yes, I still object to mini loaders because they're not part of this mod pack. I'm not going to install extra things from a mod pack just to make it easier. I mean, yes, they're great, but they're not part of this, so I'm not going to. It'd be cheating. So I'm not going to use those. All right, thank you for watching. Oh, have I got to Fenestra yet? Yes. Go to Norvis orbit, and then it'll be there, ready for the next stream. Norvis orbit, that one. Right, so the ship will be there. I did end up talking for another 8 minutes or whatever, however long it takes. Right. Yes, really, really bad time now. Thank you very much for watching. I shall see you next time. Bye-bye.